Hello all, my name is Krish Naik and welcome to my YouTube channel. So guys, 3 to 4 weeks back, we had launched one amazing product which is called as industry grade real world projects with deployment. Here in this particular product, we have recorded more than 50 plus projects, which is like kind of an end-to-end projects built from completely scratch. And these projects are like AI projects where we focus more on machine learning, data science, generative AI, agentic AI. We show you how we deploy those projects, how we make it scalable, in terms of compliances, in terms of evaluation tools, in terms of orchestration. We try to implement each and everything, and this is the kind of thing that is right now required in the industries. But many people had actually requested, Krish, can you provide us a demo projects, just to see that how you implement this. So that's the reason we are uploading this particular project in our YouTube channel. Here, this project will be somewhere around the 3 hours or 4 hours project, which you can completely implement it. But understand, if you implement this kind of projects and if you would write this information in the resume, right, and you go ahead and explain the interviewer, trust me, the kind of trust the interviewer will have, it will be quite amazing. Okay, so what is the project that we are going to discuss? This is a complete end-to-end LLMOPS project. The project name is something called as Azure Multimodal Compliance Orchestration Engine using LangGraph and LangSmith. If you just go ahead and see the architecture of this particular project, it's quite amazing. Here you can see that it is having, we have built multiple modules over here. We are focusing on entry points. We are focusing on orchestration. We are using infrastructure called as Azure, like Azure Cloud. I hope everybody knows that. And we're going to use the managed services over there. Here, some of the components that we are going to use in this particular infrastructure is Azure Blob Storage, Azure Video Index OCR plus transcript. Then along with that, we are also going to use Azure AI Search Vector DB, right? So this project is not just a simple or toy project. It's a complete complex project. Nowhere it is available. Probably go ahead and search for thousands of YouTube channel. You'll not be able to get it, because we are going to really focus on so much of things, right? This project, definitely has been recorded by one of our amazing mentor in our team. His name is Chirantan. I will probably provide the LinkedIn information of Chirantan in the description of this particular video. But he's one of the amazing mentors who are working with us, who are focusing on developing this end-to-end industry grade projects. Okay, so here you can go ahead and see. You can also see what are the prerequisites, curriculum, and here you can see that how we have divided all the video steps. And similarly, I will also make sure to give the timestamp. Okay, but definitely go ahead, enjoy this project, try to implement it. I know you'll not be able to do it in just one day. Okay, this is definitely going to take a week time, but if you just go ahead and devote every 20 minutes, every day or 30 minutes, you'll be implementing step by step. Okay, so yeah, this is an amazing end-to-end LLMOPS project with Azure AI services we are going to use, and along with that, we're also going to use this. Okay, so go ahead, enjoy it, and please make sure to implement it completely from end. And again, if you have any queries, definitely do contact the mentor. I will be giving his LinkedIn in the description of this particular video. So yeah, let's go ahead and do the project.
All right. Hello. Hey, hi, everyone. Welcome to the new project. If you look at the project, the name is Azure Multimodal Compliance Ingestion Engine using LangGraph. That's a big name. And if you look at the architecture for starters, the architecture might look a bit intimidating, right? Because obviously, this is one of the best quality projects that you can have on your portfolio. And this also demonstrates that you, as an engineer, let's say when you are trying to interview for the role of a data scientist or an AI engineer, it demonstrates that you have really good quality skills. You can work on something called as LangGraph. You understand what is observability. You understand how do you deal with Azure infrastructure. You understand what is the orchestration layer. You understand how to build the API backend. I mean, that is really good, right? That is some really good quality skill to have on your CV. So, guys, if you look at this project, this is actually a production level project that we're going to understand. Okay. But before getting into the nitty gritties of the project, okay, let us try to understand in very simple terms what is this project about. Okay, before starting this project in simple sense, if you see in your, you can also find these two documents in the set of documents that we have in this project. One is called as Disclosures 101 for social media influencers. This is an 8-pager document, and typically you can think of this document as as to there are something called as FTC guidelines. So FTC wants to works to stop deceptive ads, and its endorsement guides go into detail how advertisers and endorsers can stay on the right side of the law. So you can think of this and this particular document as a set of rules, okay? As a set of rules. And these two will be the guiding documents in our project, okay? If you look closely, you can think of this as some legal handbook, wherein we have to make sure that everything is happening as per the set frameworks. In simple terms, this document will make sure that whatever YouTube URL you are passing in this particular project abides by a certain set of rules, okay, that are mentioned in this documents. We'll discuss more on this in some time, but these are the two documents that we'll be using as the guiding factor in our project, okay. But before that, let us try to understand in a rather simpler sense what the exact project is going to be about, okay. So let me just open, yeah, all right. So now for starters, see, everything starts at either at the fast API endpoint or at the Streamlit UI. Okay. In our case, we are not going to build Streamlit UI. Okay. If you want, you can go ahead and maybe ask it Gemini to generate, or you can generate that on your own. We are going to build a production grade project, and in production grade projects, Streamlit UI is not something that is preferred. Those UIs are different, but fast API or fast API backend server is definitely something that is preferred. So in this project, what will you do is, first and foremost, you're going to paste a YouTube URL. Okay, any URL. Now this can be a typically video ad. Let's say this is a video ad, can be anything. Let's say it's a Nike commercial. Okay, it is a 30-second Nike commercial which is available on the YouTube. You are going to take the link, okay, and you're going to paste this URL, okay. Once you paste this URL in the project, okay, you're going to run something called as audit, okay. Now once you run something called as audit, okay, this will send a signal to the fast AI or the fast API backend, okay, and it will say that, hey, you know what, check this video for me, okay. It will say what? It will say check this video for me. You can think of this project as a brand guardian, okay. You're going to input a YouTube URL, and then basis the two documents we saw, we are going to generate a report, and this report will tell us that is this commercial abiding by the laws, or by the laws or the legal frameworks that are suggested by YouTube. As simple as that. All right. So once audit gets clicked, it is going to send the signal to fast API backend, and it is going to say that, you know what, check this video for me, okay. See, the thing is, our system cannot watch a video like a human, right? So what it does, it takes a video and converts that into data. All right. So first and foremost, what is going to happen is, we're going to write a script, a Python script, okay, that downloads the data, okay, or sorry, downloads the video from YouTube. Okay, so we're going to first and foremost download the video from YouTube. Once the video is downloaded, we're going to send this video to something called as Azure Video Indexer. Now, what are these different services in Azure? We'll try to understand in this detail, but as of now, we're just taking a high level understanding. Okay, so we have a video. Okay, so video needs to be converted into data. So we're going to write a Python script. This Python script is going to download the video from YouTube. Once we give the URL, it is going to take this video, download that from YouTube. The downloaded video is then going to be sent to Azure Video Indexer, And now my Azure Video Indexer will firstly watch it, and it will extract two things from that video. Okay, it will extract transcript. You can think of transcript as the script. Okay, so whenever a hero or a heroine or an actor, or when they are saying some dialogues, that is nothing but the transcript. Okay, so transcript is nothing but what was said in the video. All right, and along with this, it is also going to play OCR. Okay, OCR means text written on screen. So many a times when you see commercials, right, you see the brand logo, you see some name of the person, age of the person, right? So if you have seen those toothpaste ads, right, so always they show a doctor, and below they show the name of the dentist, age of the dentist. So whatever text appears on the screen, this can be brand logo, this can be colors used with the brand, name of the brand, taglines, whatever claims that they make. So that there can be a brand which makes a claim that, what, we are 100% natural, or we 100% are vegan, etc., whatever. Yeah, so my Azure Video Indexer is going to watch this video, and it is going to extract transcript, as well as it is going to play the OCR. Okay, once this is done, we look at the retrieval part. Okay, retrieval is nothing but, you can think of this as the memory part. Okay, so before AI can judge the video, it needs to know the laws, right? And where are the laws? The laws are in those two documents that we just saw, right? So what will happen is that it will go to something called as Azure AI Search. Okay, in Azure AI Search, what we have done is, okay, so we saw those PDFs, right? Those two PDFs that I saw you, that I shown you just a while ago. Okay, so my Azure AI Search is where those two PDFs will be stored. All right, and now it performs a vector search. Okay, it performs vector search to find the specific pages relevant to the video's content. To find what? To find specific pages relevant to the video content. Okay, for example, let's say if the video mentions sunscreen. Okay, for example, if there is a word called as sunscreen that is coming on the screen, so what it will do is it will look into the document, and it will see that what are the skincare rules that are suggested. Okay, so this is what will happen in the retrieval part or the memory part, where we are using Azure AI Search. That is where the two PDFs are stored, and we're going to vectorize all these PDFs, and the vector search will find the specific pages which are related to the content of the video. As simple as that. All right, and now what do we have? We have the evidence, which is the video text, right? So we have the OCR, we also have the transcript. Okay, and we also have the laws from the PDF, correct? So what we do is, we are going to take this and we are going to send this to our LLM. Okay, let's say in this case GPT-4o. Okay, now my LLM is going to read the transcript. First and foremost, what it is going to do, it is going to read the transcript. It is going to compare with the rules mentioned in the PDF. Okay, and it checks if there are any violations. Okay, obviously, it's like you're just going to check if there are any violations. Okay, or if there are any misleading claims made by the brand. Okay, now you can see this is a very fantastic project that you're going to work on. Okay, you're going to end up learning and showing a lot of capabilities. Okay, and finally, what does our LangGraph builds, or what does our agentic workflow builds? It builds the report. Okay, it builds either a pass report or a fail report. Okay, and whatever data gets generated, that data is basically sent back to either your AI, either to your Streamlit UI or your backend. Okay, and it will also suggest that if it is if if it's going wrong, right? I mean, if something goes wrong, if the report that is getting generated is failed, which means that the video ad, okay, is not in alignment with the rules that are suggested in the set of PDFs. It is going to say that, you know what, there is something missing. Okay, so let's say it is going to suggest that these claims are missing, or these claims don't suit with the video, etc. So basically it is going to generate a final report or a final verdict. Okay, and what we're going to do is we're also going to perform monitoring, right? For monitoring purposes, we are going to use something called as Azure Application Insights. Okay, this Azure Application Insights, you can just Google. It is nothing but it is closely monitoring the project, observing the project. Okay, and it basically tracks every step in the project. It tracks downloading, it tracks indexing, then it will track searching, it will track reasoning. Okay, so if anything crashes, we can exactly see what went wrong. Okay, and on the observability part, okay, we'll be using LangSmith. Okay, and LangSmith is nothing but it is typically used for tracing the project. So you can see this is quite an interesting project that we are going to build. Okay, in short, I give the YouTube URL, my and then basis the YouTube URL or the video, it is going to go and compare, in the rule book of PDFs, if my video abides by the PDF or by the PDF rule book, or it violates the rules. And basis that, it is going to generate the report that either we pass or either we fail. And in order to build the same, okay, as an agentic part or an AI agent, we are going to use LangGraph. We're going to use LangGraph workflow in order to build this agentic system. And on the infrastructure part, we're going to be dependent on Azure. Okay, so these are the two main things that we are going to be dependent on. And basis the backend, we're going to be dependent on Fast API. We'll see that. Okay, so all right. So all in all, this project looks quite interesting. So let's proceed to the next part. All right. So in the last video, we got a basic understanding as to what this project is going to, what we're going to achieve in this project, what we're going to build. And there are a lot of things, okay, if you see, that are happening parallelly. Okay. Uh, if I right now, if I look at the architecture, okay, one thing that I understand is the entry point, okay, wherein I'm just going to use the main.py file, and main.py file is where I'm going to trigger my API backend server, okay, which are the entry points to my project or to my pipeline. And basis that, what happens is there are a couple of things that get triggered simultaneously. For example, if you see here, Fast API server is going to trigger my RAG workflow. In this case, we are building an agentic RAG, and hence we are building on depending on LangGraph. Then it kind of hits the video processor, which downloads the video and which indexes it. This indexed video will be stored in Azure Blob Storage. Okay, and Azure Blob Storage takes care of or stores unstructured data, right? Um, After that, we're also there's, if you look at the orchestration layer, there's also a retrieval engine. Okay, and it is going to retrieve from the embeddings in that are LLM and embeddings that are going to generate. So it is going to embed the data or the relevant vectors from using the Azure OpenAI piece. Okay, and whatever response gets generated, that goes to the compliance auditor. And now if you see, on the right side, there is a lot of to and fro happening with the Azure infra or the managed part. Okay, wherein, see, whatever video was there, it got downloaded, it got indexed, and it got stored on blob storage, right? At the same time, this video was also processed using something called as Azure Video Indexer. Okay, It performs OCR as well as transcript, and basis that it generates insights, and those insights are given back to the processor. Okay. My retrieval engine is going to query the Azure AI Search, which is going to store all my vectors. Okay. And then it will basically retrieve the data along with using the LLM. Okay. If you look at the external intelligence part, there is YouTube video. Obviously, this is the video uh, that acts as a source, right? This is where we're going to pass the YouTube URL, the URL of the brand advertisement. And if you see here, it is given as an input inside the LangGraph workflow, and then the video gets processed, then it gets uh, indexed, then it gets downloaded and indexed, then it gets stored in the blob storage. It gets processed, insights are generated, basis the query we're going to retrieve. And then you also have Azure Application Insights, which are typically used for logs and metrics purposes. And we also have LangSmith debugging and tracing part. Okay. Now, as of now, you might have a basic idea of the project. Okay. Now, slowly and steadily, as we start building the components, you will start getting the idea in much more in depth. All right. But if you see, there were a couple of Azure components that we discussed, right? So Azure components that we discussed were, let's say, one was storage account, right? This storage account, if you can see in the architecture again, this is nothing but the blob storage, right? Which is going to store the temporary video. The URL that we're going to paste, this URL will be converted, or will you're going to download the video, right? Basis the URL that you give, that video gets downloaded and gets saved as temp video. This temporary video, the brand advertisement, gets stored in Azure blob storage. Okay. So it works, or you can think of this as a secure hard drive in the cloud where you can store unstructured data, and that is blob storage account. Okay, you can store your images, you can store your videos, you can store your PDFs, all of the unstructured data here. Okay, and we're going to use this as temporary holding area. It is going to hold the videos that we're going to that we're going to push in blob storage. Okay, and we save the mp4 file here. So we're going to use the brand video, right? So we're going to store or save this mp4 video here first, so the video indexer can process it and access it. Okay, so we also have something called as Azure Video Indexer, right? What is Azure Video Indexer? Okay, this Azure Video Indexer service, okay, it's nothing but, firstly, it uses computer vision and it also uses speech processing. All right, it uses what? It uses computer vision and it uses speech processing in order to analyze the video files. Okay, now what is that video file? This video file is nothing but the brand advertisements that you're going to put. Okay, it is going to extract faces, it is going to extract emotions, it is going to extract spoken words, it is going to do all of that, right? That is what it does, and only that is how we can understand the video or the brand video well, and we can generate the report, right? So basically in this project, right, so in this project, my Azure Video Indexer, it will turn that raw video into text. Okay, it will generate the transcript. Transcript means whatever is said within the advertisement, and it will also perform OCR. OCR is nothing but the text that appears on the screen, right? For example, if you look at the Garnier advertisement, so you can see the Garnier word appears on the screen, right? So all of that will be extracted using what? Using Azure Video Indexer. And my Azure Video Indexer will be only able to access the video when I store that in Azure Blob Storage. Okay, I hope this is very clear now. Okay, Next part is Azure OpenAI. Okay, you can again look at this part as you can again look at the architecture. This is Azure OpenAI is also the part. Azure OpenAI is nothing but accessing the model, right? Which is in this case the LLM, which is GPT-4o. And for embedding model, we're going to use text-3 embedding small. This is the embedding model that we're going to use in our project. Okay. All right. And what will Azure OpenAI do? You can also think of this as the brain of the project. Okay. So it will basically take the data from the video. All right. And it will compare against the rules that are mentioned in the PDF. And basis that, it is going to generate the report, and the output will be binary, either pass or fail. And if it fails, it will also tell you what went wrong. Okay. If you look at the other component, okay, if you just go back to the architecture, there is also something called as Azure AI Search. Okay. And Azure AI Search is nothing but you can think of this as a vector DB service. Okay. You can just think of this as what? As a vector DB service. This is nothing but a smart search engine. Okay. That can index the documents. Okay. And find specific information. Okay. It will do what? It is like a smart search engine that is going to index the documents. It is going to find the specific information. Okay. And how will it find this specific information? Using keywords, which is also called as keyword search, or it can also use vector embeddings or vectors, embeddings, vectors, whatever you like to call it. Okay. And in this particular project, this Azure AI Search will act as the knowledge base. Okay, it will act as what? It will act as knowledge base. Okay, and we're going to store the PDFs that we have here. Okay, so which are the PDFs? The two rule books that we have. We're going to store these PDFs in Azure AI Search. Okay, so my AI can look up the specific laws that are mentioned in the PDFs. Okay, so if you look at the vector search that we're going to use, so we're actually going to use hybrid vectors or hybrid vector search. Why hybrid? Because we're going to be dependent on keywords and we're also going to be dependent on embeddings. Keywords because I want to look for that particular specific keyword, because when it comes to legal documents, that specificity is very important, right? And we're also going to be dependent on vectors and embeddings. Okay, so this entire process will be taken care by Azure AI Search. Okay, if you go back to the architecture, you will find one more component which is called as, in the observability part, you will find something called as Azure Application Insights. Okay, and what it does is basically this is nothing but the entire job of Azure Application Insights is monitoring. Okay, it is going to monitor the running algorithm. Okay, it is basically going to track the errors, it is going to track the latency, it is going to track the user activity, all of that. So whatever interaction the user is having with this agentic workflow, Azure Application Insights is going to track all of that. Okay, and actually in the end it also generates something called as live maps. This is something that you have to go on Azure and check. Okay, it also generates live maps. Okay, and it also checks if the audit fails or it takes too long. Okay, this tool tells us exactly which step, database, AI, or video, what caused the problem. Okay, so Azure Application Insights will also tell us what caused problems and where, because we are doing monitoring, right? So this is what will help us track it. Okay, and we'll be also using LangSmith. LangSmith is used for observability. LangSmith typically does somewhat similar job as that of Azure Application Insights. Okay. Because we are using LangGraph, LangSmith can be an excellent tracker. Okay. And what does it track? It basically tracks the chains of the AI thought. So it basically tracks the chains of thought, exactly showing what was sent to the LLM and what came back. So what information was sent to the LLM and what response it generated. So that this is also something that you can track using LangSmith. Okay, so let's say for example, if AI gives us a wrong answer, we can check LangSmith to see if it retrieved a wrong rule or the prompt instructions were confusing. Yeah. So these are the important components that we will be using in our project. So just to let you know, on the Azure components that we'll be using, we will be using Azure storage account. Okay, so we'll be using what? We'll be using Azure storage account, and this storage account is nothing but it is going to hold the video files. Okay, I'm just going to summarize it here. And then I'm going to use Azure OpenAI, which is nothing but the LLM plus embeddings. Okay, which is typically used for thinking and reasoning, right? And then I'm going to use Azure AI Search. Okay, Azure AI Search is what? It is basically going to remember the PDF data. Okay, it is going to vectorize, it is going to do all of that. And then we have Azure Application Insights. Okay, and Azure Application Insights is what? It is nothing but it is going to perform monitoring, health check, logs, all of that. And then I also have LangSmith, which is nothing but it is going to track the thought process of my video, thought process of my agentic workflow. So these are the components that we will be using throughout. Okay, and yeah, obviously we are also going to use Azure Video Indexer, right? We'll be also using Video Indexer, which is basically going to analyze the video and it is going to extract extract the important parts. So what it is going to perform, it is basically going to work with transcript along with the OCR. So this is the infra part of my architecture. On the agentic part, we are going to use LangGraph. Okay. All right, guys. So that was about the understanding of the project. Now let's go and start implementing. All right. Hey, hi everyone. Now let's try to build the entire project directory structure, the project file structure, etc. Okay. For this project, we are going to be using UV. Okay. So let's get started. So first and foremost, what I'll do is I will create a directory. Okay. And let's say I'm going to call that directory as compliance QA pipeline. Okay, this is what I'm going to call the project as, or the directory as. Okay, and you can see here the compliance QA pipeline has been created. Now in compliance QA pipeline, the first thing that I want to do is I want to install UV. Okay, now you can find it online how to install UV either using git bash or I'm using git bash, and hence I'm using the curl command, which is now if you're using PowerShell, you can go ahead with the other command, which is PowerShell -execution policy, bypass, all of that. Okay, you can just generate using Copilot or Gemini, you will get it. Okay, so because I'm using git bash, I'll use this, I'll hit enter, and this will help me install or create, not install, I would say, create pyproject.2ml file and the .python version file. Okay, so you can see it is getting downloaded. Yeah, and sorry, this will, I'm so sorry, this will not help me create pyproject.2ml. That is something when we initialize the UV, but this will help us download UV. Okay, now let us initialize UV, and this will help us create the pyproject.2ml file. You can see here. Yeah, all right. So you can see initialized project, compliance QA pipeline. Okay. Now what we'll do is, I think first and foremost thing we should do is um, start building the, I think we should start building the, yeah, let's start building the main directories that we want to. All right. So let's say the first directory I want to build is backend. Okay. So now let's say in backend again, let me go in backend now. All right. So we are now in backend, and in backend again, I want to build four more directories. I want to build data, I want to build scripts, I want to build src, I want to build tests. All right. Okay, so you can see these directories are here. Okay, so we have created those directories as well. Now in scripts, okay, I'll go here in scripts, and in scripts I'll create a file called as index.documents.py. By the way, you can also use a touch command. Okay, so I can also say touch. Let's say I want to create a file inside this script folder. Okay, so firstly I have to go inside the script folder. But let's say even if I want to, let's say, create inside backend or any directory, I can just say touch abc.py. And when I do that, can you see a file has been created? Yeah. So in order to create a file, let's say a Python file, a txt file, any file, you use a touch command. Right now we don't want it, so let's just delete this file. Okay. So I have taken index documents. After index documents in scripts, now let me just do one thing. Let me come out of here. If I do ls, I'll get an understanding of which all files and folders do I have. Okay. So what I'll do is I want to go in src. Okay. Sorry. cd backend src. All right. I want to go in src, and src I want to create src as in source. And in source, I want to create three more directories. Okay, so I'll create an API directory, I'll create a graph directory, and I'll create a services directory. Yeah, so these are the three directories that I want to create. Okay, all right. Now what I'll do is in here, okay, in API, I will create a directory, or I will create a file called as server.py, which is going to work with the backend, which is fast API. I'll also create a file called as telemetry.py, which is going to work with my Azure Application Insights. Okay. So in SRC, that is source module, in API directory, we have two files which are going to work with Azure Application Insights and the fast API backend. Now the next thing is graph. Okay, and in this graph directory, I want to particularly create 3-4 files which are going to build a LangGraph for us. Okay, so first and foremost, I want to create the constructor file. Okay, once I have created the constructor file, I will create a file called as nodes.py, which will create the nodes in my LangGraph. Then I will create the state.py, wherein we'll be building the state of the graph. And because LangGraph is a stateful graph. And third is workflow.py. Okay, what is the job of workflow.py? What is the job of state nodes? We'll see when we get there. Okay. All right. So nodes is we have built API, we have built graph as well. Now let us go to services. Okay. And what I'll do is in services, I'll again create a constructor file. Okay. And I will also create a video indexer file. By the name itself, you might understand that it is going to help us index the video. But what exactly does it do? We'll get there. Okay. All right. So as of now, this this looks decent. The file structure looks decent right now. In data, what we're going to do is, if you look at the data folder, okay, we are going to incorporate both the PDFs that we have. Okay, so you might find that in the project document also, and that is uploaded on this platform. So in this particular data folder, we're going to put both the PDFs that we have. All right. Now what you can do is, see, locally this folder will be created, right? This brand guard, you must have created this folder locally. So you can just go here and you can just upload the files, okay, in the data directory. Yeah. So what I'll do is I'll just do it right away. Okay. So just allow me a minute. Let me upload both those PDFs. All right, you can see I've uploaded both those PDFs. If I click here, you can see both the PDFs have been uploaded, right? And why are these PDFs important? Because using these PDFs, our video is going to get it's going to understand from these documents if the video advertisements are abiding, or are they not abiding or violating the rules that are mentioned in the FTC guidelines or the YouTube ad specifications. Okay. All right, guys. So we have successfully kind of created the pipeline for the project. All right. And with this, what we can also do here is along with the backend. Okay. Now we are in here. Okay. Now in the root directory, now this is the root directory, compliance QA pipeline. In the root directory, I'll also create a .env variable. Okay. And .env variable basically holds it holds all your variables, right? Environment variables. And which are those environment variables? We'll see that in a while. Okay. As of now, what we can also do is we let's do one thing. We just get all the UV libraries, okay, as in the libraries added. Which all libraries do we want? Let's get that downloaded. All right. So for starters, what we'll do is I'll do Azure identity. Okay. Now if you just look in the document, okay, there are a couple of documents that are added in this project. Okay. And in the document where we are talking about project walkthrough, etc., you will find this entire link of all the libraries that we're going to add. Okay. So let me do one thing. What I'm going to do is I'm directly going to copy paste all the libraries that we need. Okay. Now these are the libraries we will be needing for this particular project. You can see there are a couple of them. Okay, identity, Azure Monitor, Open Telemetry, Azure Search Document, Azure Blob Storage, Fast API. Now, what are these libraries going to do? All of these libraries have a specific job. Okay, and slowly and steadily as we move in the project, we'll get a better understanding. For example, this library, Azure Monitor Telemetry, is used for Azure Application Insights. And what will Azure Application Insights do? It is going to track the project, right? It is going to track the logs. It is going to track the movement across the project, all of that. This library helps us do that. Then also we have Azure Search Documents. Now Azure Search Documents, if you can recall, we have something called Azure Search, Azure AI Search, which is it's basically going to act as your vector database, right? And then you have blob storage, which is going to store and manage your unstructured data, in this case, which is a video, right? So all these files have different use case. Now if you look at YTDLP, this is going to help you download the YouTube video. So once you paste the YouTube URL, this will help you download the YouTube video, all of that, right? So let's hit enter. Okay, and as we hit enter, okay, you can see the videos, sorry, not the videos, the libraries are getting downloaded. All right, so let them get downloaded. And one more thing, as the libraries get downloaded, if you go to pyproject.2ml file, can you see the list of dependencies? So whenever your libraries are getting installed, okay, when your libraries are getting installed, the whichever libraries you're getting are installing on your system in your environment, those libraries are appended to the dependencies list along with their version. Okay, so if you want to check, if you want to look which all libraries have you installed, all of it, you can just go to pyproject.2ml. Once your libraries have been installed, you can just do uv sync, okay, just to sync it up. Yeah, all right, so we have done uv sync as well. Okay, so as of now, I think the project directory looks fine. Okay, yeah, I think the project directory typically yeah, it looks fine. We have backend, and in backend we have data, we have scripts, we have src, we have tests. Now if you want to create a docker file, you can do that. Okay, now let's say what I'll do is I'll create a docker file. See, we are not using docker for this project, but in case if you want to create a docker file, okay, and maybe let's say if you want to containerize it, you can also create a docker file here in the backend, in the backend this thing, in the backend folder. Okay, now I'll see, you know, if the time permits. Okay, what I'll do is when I'll be uploading this code, I'll put some code in the docker file. Not promising, we'll see. Actually, we don't need a docker file for this, you know, anyhow we have Azure. So I'm just showing you how can you create a docker file, that's all. Okay, now if I go to .env, okay, and env is where we'll be storing all our environment variables. Okay, now in here, which all environment variables do we actually need? Okay, so firstly we need Azure storage environment keys. Okay, in Azure storage environment key, I'll be storing my key in something called as Azure storage connection, sorry, string. Okay, this is where I'll be storing my connection string and my credentials, all of that. Meanwhile, what we'll do is, firstly, let us just create the structure of .env variables that we want, and later as we start creating the Azure services, okay, we'll put the keys and structure and strings, all of that here. Why do we need API keys or connection strings? So that we'll be able to connect our Python client, our project, our LangGraph project with the services that we are using. Okay, then we'll be also needing the Azure OpenAI services, right? So let me keep this one also in caps. Yeah, Azure, this is Azure storage, and then there's Azure OpenAI config. Yeah, in here, what do we need? We need the Azure OpenAI API key. Okay, which is obviously the API, the OpenAI API key, but we are going to access it from Azure, and typically from Foundry, we're going to put the API key here. Then I also need the OpenAI endpoint from where we'll be accessing the model. Okay, OpenAI endpoint, yeah, correct. And then I'll be also needing the Azure OpenAI API version. So which version of the model are we using? And we also need to pass something called as chat deployment. Okay, chat deployment typically means which model are we using. Now in here, I'll write GPT-4o. Okay, because we are going to use GPT-4o. So let me write it here right now itself. Okay, all right. Okay, so we'll be needing the connection string, which is typically blob storage. We'll be needing these API keys from Foundry, okay, Azure Foundry. And what we'll be doing is we'll also add the embedding model config. Okay, and this is typically for the clarity. So what I'll do is I'll create a variable called as Azure OpenAI embedding deployment. Okay, and I'll In fact, I'll just pass which embedding model we're going to use. So we're going to use text embedding 3 small model. Okay, this is what we're going to use. Okay, so okay, all right. The next is the next that we're going to use is Azure AI Search. Okay, and what is Azure AI Search in this case? It is nothing but the knowledge base, right, that we're going to use. Okay, and so this is where things get vectorized, all of that, right? So here the first thing that we'll be needing is Azure Search endpoint. Okay, after that we'll be needing Azure Search API key. Okay, after this we'll be needing Azure Search index name. All right, after this we'll be also using Azure Video Indexer service. And for Azure Video Indexer service, now this is where, which helps your this is where your video gets indexed, understood, all of that. Now you can go to video 2 and you can revisit the functionalities of Azure Video Indexer. Here we'll be needing the Azure VI name, as in the indexer name that we're going to put. Then we'll be also needing the VI location. Now here what we're going to do is, because we use the standard account, we'll by default keep the location as East US. Okay, then I'll be using one more thing. Sometimes people face an issue with East US. Not usually, but let's say even if you face an issue here with US, then you can change the location to something called as trial. Okay, sorry, not trial as well. Okay, so I'll write here change location to trial if facing issue. Mostly you will not face, but even if you face, just change this to trial. Okay, and then I have Azure VI account ID. So we'll be referring to some account ID, right? So I'll be putting the account ID here. Then we also need the subscription ID. Okay, so we'll be also putting the subscription ID here. And then I'll be also using the resource group, right? So when you use Azure, you create a resource group, right? And that is where you put all your services. Yeah. After video indexer config, we'll be also needing Azure monitoring, right? Which is a part of observability. Yeah. And in Azure monitoring, we need something called as Application Insights connection string. Okay, so when we'll be connecting our Azure with Azure Application Insights, we'll be putting that connection string in here. Okay, and finally we also need LangSmith tracing. Yeah, and LangSmith tracing is again a part of observability only. Okay, and in here what we need is, we are just going to say LangChain tracing v2, and we're going to set it to true itself. Okay, because we want our project to be traced. After that, it is going to ask us for LangChain endpoint. Okay, now typically the endpoint stays this one itself, which is https api.smith.langchain.com. Okay, now this is the I hope this is right. Yeah, this is fine. LangChain endpoint, and then we'll be passing the LangChain API key here. Okay, and after LangChain API key, we'll be also passing the LangChain project name here. Okay, let's say as of now the project name that I'm going to put here is, let's say, Brand Guardian Prod. This is the project name that I'm going to put, or rather under this project name I want my entire project to be traced on LangSmith. Okay, so guys, these are, if you see, these are quite a bigger and better Azure infrastructure we're going to use for our agentic RAG project. All right. So let's proceed to the next step, guys. I hope you have understood till here. So in this project, we successfully created the the project pipeline, the pipeline structure, and also looked at creating the .env variables. Yes, let's move. All right. Hello, hey, hi everyone. Now in this project, what we'll do is we'll create a couple of Azure services, all right, and we will be putting the connection strings in our .env variables. Okay, so we have created these .env variables, right, and in .env variables we need to pass the API keys or the connection strings. Okay, now just a simple disclaimer. I have my credentials. I have my own credentials. So I'll be using those, okay, because I typically have a paid account, and that is the reason I'll be using my own credentials. But if you're using a trial account in Azure, you can still access all of these services. All right. But just I would also suggest just make sure that don't keep your services running. Okay, once you're done using the services, please stop them. All right. Okay. Now, first and foremost, we'll be needing a connection string. Okay. Now, storage connection string is nothing but it's basically the storage account, and this is where we'll be storing our unstructured data, in this case, which is a video, right, or the YouTube URL that we're going to pass, that is going to get downloaded in our blob blob storage, right. So this is where we are going to house it. Yeah. So what I'll do is, if you go on Azure, just type something called as storage accounts. Okay, you will see this storage accounts. This is where we need to go. All right. Now you can see I have the storage account option here already. So I'll click on storage accounts. Okay. Once we click on storage account, you can see I already have one storage account called as brand guardian test, and under the resource group called as brand guardian -rg. Okay, now in your case, if you want to create it from scratch, what you can do is you can see this option called as create. Okay, now click on create option. Okay, once you click on create option, okay, you will be directed to a window like this. All right, it will ask you for different options. Okay, now what you need to do is you can just click on resource group. You can either select any of the resource group that you already have existing, or you can click on create new, and you can create one for yourself. Let's say I'll call it brand project YT. This is what I want to create. So I'll just click on OK. So you can see under this resource group, okay, I'll be creating this storage account. So what is the name? Brand project YT. Okay, and then what do I want the storage name to be? Okay, this storage name is nothing but the blob. Just give me a minute. It seems that I'm going offline. Allow me a minute. Okay, these things keep happening. It's totally fine. Okay, we're back. All right. Now let's say it is asking for Azure storage name. Okay, and in this case, you can just keep it anything in lowercase. Now let's say I'm going to put brand YT project. For example, I'm going to put that the brand YT project. Okay, we're going to keep the region as East US only. Okay, if it is asking us for preferred storage, click on Azure Blob Storage or Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2. Okay, and if it asks for the redundancy, you can go for locally redundant storage. If you see here, which is the lowest cost option with basic protection against the server rack. You don't need to go for geo redundant, just go for locally redundant. Once you click on locally redundant, what you can also do is you can go to networking, and in networking, I think in networking you don't really need it because you will be using your okay, fair. I think this looks fine as of now. Click on review and create. Okay, Once you click on review and create, you can see it says validation in progress. So which typically means that it has started looking at the input credentials given by you. So if you look here, okay, now please note, I would highly recommend, if you want, if you don't remember something, if you forget something or something, I would suggest copy paste these I won't say credentials, but yeah, details on a Word document or something. Yeah, that would be super helpful. Okay, I'll click on create. As soon as I click on create, can you see it says initializing deployment? Okay, which means it has started deploying a blob storage. You can think of this as blob storage account or a container for you. Okay, so let it start initializing. Okay, and it is now saying submitting deployment. Okay, now this sometimes it might take a few minutes. Okay, so you just have to, wait. There's no option, you got to wait. Yeah, all right. Okay, so you can see it says deployment is in progress. Yeah, and let it get deployed. All right. Okay. All right, so now it says your deployment is complete. Okay, so you can see here, this is where you'll be going once your blob storage account has been created. Now click on, once your deployment is complete, once you get this message, click on go to resource. All right, click on go to resource. All right, and once you are here, once you click on go to resource, you'll be directed to a page like this. Okay, once you are directed to a page like this, okay, can you see an option here called as security plus networking? Okay, go on security plus networking and click on access keys. Okay, now one thing, if you click on here, if you click on this item called as overview, basically gives you an idea what is the name of your resource group. Okay, now in our case, in your case, what is the name of the resource group? If you see, it says brand guardian RG or something, whatever name you have given. Okay, if I go to security plus networking and click on access keys, these are the keys that we're interested in. Okay, these are our connection strings. Okay, now if you see, there is something called as connection string here, click on show. If you take this this is the connection string that you'll be needing. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll copy it from here. Okay, we'll copy this connection string, key one connection string, actually both are same, nothing matters. We'll just copy it from here. We'll go to our environment variable, and this is where we're going to paste it. Okay, so that the key that we just pasted, that we'll be putting here, and this key will help us connect our Python client to the blob storage account that we have created, as straightforward as that. Okay, so let me remove this for now. You keep it as it is, I will remove it. The reason being, I have my own key. Yeah, so I'll be just using that. Just allow me a minute. So let me just paste the key that I have. All right, so this is my blob storage key. All right, okay. Now what we'll do is, we already have this. Okay, cool, looks good. Now let's do one thing. Let us build these strings. Okay, or no, let's try to pass in these API keys and connection strings, which we need to access, our Azure part. Okay. All right. So for that, what we'll do is we'll go back to Azure. Okay. Acha, one more thing. If you come to the Azure main page, you will see the storage account that you have created. You might see that being created here. Okay. All right. Now, the next thing that we want is, see, we want to create the OpenAI credentials, right? For that, we'll just go here and we'll type Azure OpenAI. Okay, you need to click on this one, Azure OpenAI. In my case, I've already used it, so you'll see it here also. If you have already used it, click on Azure OpenAI. Okay, once you click on Azure OpenAI, it says Microsoft Foundry Azure OpenAI. All right, click on create icon. As soon as you click on create icon, you might see these two options, Foundry or Azure OpenAI. All right, we'll go to Foundry. All right, once we are in Foundry here, okay, you'll see it asks us to create a Foundry resource. All right, in our case, we're going to use the same resource group that we have created for what? For the earlier this thing, right? So you can either create a new resource group or you can choose the resource group that you were already using. Okay, now in this case, I'll be using Brand Guardian RG. Now please note, this is the resource group that you need to use, that you have already created for the storage account. Okay, this is where I need to give a name. Okay, the name can be anything of your choice, but let's say I'm going to give this as brand whatever, brand YT project. This is the name that I'm going to give to this resource. All right, and the project default name is project default. We can keep it as it is, that's fine. Okay, and with this we can just click on review and create. All right, once we click on review and create, okay, we need to same thing, yeah, we need to wait for a while. It shows us the subscription, it shows us the resource group name, all of that. Okay, it shows us the name of the project, sorry, name of the resource, project, all of that, and click on create again. So you can see now it has started initializing the deployment. All right, so let it do that. So now it is saying submitting deployment. Yeah, so now again, it might take a few seconds to sometimes a few minutes also to deploy this. All right, so you can see now it says deployment in progress. Okay, meanwhile, I would suggest you to go and read up on LangGraph as well. Okay, see, now if you are absolute beginners to LangGraph, I would highly recommend you just kind of get an idea on basics of LangGraph. Okay, watch some YouTube videos on basics of LangGraph. So the LangGraph that we're going to, or LangGraph, what we're going to refer to, okay, the agentic workflow. It is basically an open source framework by LangChain that streamlines the creation and management of AI workflows. Okay, at the very core, if you try to understand a lang graph is typically like a graph. It has edges, it has nodes, it has states, all of that, and these are different components in lang graph. LangGraph is actually used for production level agentic projects. Okay, why? One of the reason being there are a lot of other components. So whether you can have different memory layer, there is something called as time travel, which is a part of persistence. Now there are so many different parts of LangGraph. Why is it preferred at industry level? But one of the most important thing is that it's a stateful graph. Okay, which means each node in the graph represents a step in computation and carries the information forward. Okay, now what is this? What exactly does this mean? Will as we proceed in the project, you will understand this. See, most of the agents or the agentic workflows that we work on, they are stateless. Stateless means you can think of if three agents are performing three tasks, all of the three are working in isolated environments, having no idea what each of the agents are doing. When it comes to having a stateful graph, okay, it just makes sure that there is something called as state. Okay, state, as you can think of state as the condition of the agent right now, and that is shared across the graph. Okay, and this keeps your agent stable. It keeps your it makes sure that the contextual understanding of the data is on a higher side when you're building the workflow. Okay, We'll get there, in some time. That is fine. But as of now, we can see the deployment is complete for Foundry, and just click on go to resource. Okay. Okay. Once you click on go to resource, okay, we'll be directed here. Okay, we can see the resource group name. We can see we can see all of that. Okay. If it asks us to view the endpoint, we can also do that. But as of now, we don't need that. So we'll click on go to Foundry portal. If I click on go to Foundry portal, you can see a completely different portal fires up. Okay. And this is where we will be interested. All right. Now, in here, all right, we'll be seeing different things. Okay. First and foremost thing, this is the, API key that we can see here, right? Now, you can just go to model plus endpoints. Okay. In the left pane, you can go to models plus endpoints. And in model plus endpoints, okay, you can click on deploy model, and then you can click on deploy base model. Okay. In deploy base model, what you can do is you can search for GPT-4o. Okay. And let it just fire up. Yeah. Now in this case, you can just see there are so many different models. You can now it's up to you. You can choose any model of your choice. But for this particular project, I think GPT-4o will suffice the requirement. So I'll click on GPT-4o here. Okay, and I will click on confirm. Okay. And it says deployment in GPT-4o, and deployment type as global standard. We'll keep this as global standard only. Yeah. And we'll just click on create a resource and deploy. All right. So let it do that. Let it deploy. Okay. So it is now going to deploy the model, which is the LLM, which is GPT-4o, right? And see, using Foundry, what we are doing is we are not passing, we are using the GPT-4o and the embedding model inside the Azure environment, or from the Azure infra only. Okay, we are not using an external service, which means we're not going on the OpenAI website. Then we're going to API keys page and extracting the API key. That is not what we are doing here. Okay. Once we are done using, or once the GPT-4o is deployed, what we'll do is we'll also create the embedding model. Okay, the same way, we'll go to deploy base model, and we'll create the embedding model as well. All right. Now, in your project documents, you will find something called as a document which talks about Azure services deployment. Okay, in that you can also refer to that document to understand these things in detail. Okay, now this thing might take a few minutes. Okay. Okay, all right, I'm glad it happened earlier. Yeah. Okay, all right. So as of now, you can see we have got the key. Okay. Now, please note, this is the key that you will be using in your. Just give me a minute. Let me check it once again. Yeah. So, all right. Let's do one thing actually first. Let us also try to create the embedding model. Okay, first and foremost, let us also try to create the embedding model. So I'll again go to models and endpoints. Okay, and in models and endpoints, I'll again go to deploy model. I'll go to deploy base model, and in deploy base model, I'll click on text. This is what we need. This is the embedding model that we need. So I'll click on text embedding 3 small. Okay, and this is the embedding model that I want. I'll click on confirm. Yeah, and we'll keep the deployment name as it is. Now, please note, this deployment name is the same name that we have passed in the .env variable also, right? If you can see here, Azure OpenAI embedding deployment, you can see we have passed text embedding 3 small. So it has to match this one. Please note that has to match. Okay, text embedding 3 small, and I'll click on deploy. So what we are doing is we're deploying the LLM, and we are also deploying what? We are also deploying the model. All right. Okay. All right. So guys, as of now, things look fine. Okay. We have successfully kind of created created as in we have, yeah, I would say created the LLM, and we have also created the this thing again, the embedding model in this case. All right. Now in the next video, let's try to get into the more depth, and let's try to see how are we going to pass these credentials in the .env variable. All right. Okay. All right. So we have now reached till here, where on Foundry we have deployed GPT-4o and also the embedding model. Okay. Now the next part is, what should you be putting in the OpenAI endpoint, the API key, all of that. Okay. It's very straightforward and simple. Yeah. You can just go here, and this is nothing but your API key. So just copy it from here and put it in your API key. Yeah. So this is nothing but this is the API key that you will be using or expecting for, for your project. All right. And once you have taken the API key, it will also look for the endpoint. Yeah, if you see here, it says Azure OpenAI endpoint. Endpoint is again simple. This is your endpoint. If you see here, target URI, right? This is your endpoint. Just copy it from here. Okay, now if you see here as well, it shows the endpoint, and here as well, it shows the endpoint. So just copy it from here, okay, and just paste it in here. All right. Now in our case, okay, we don't need endpoint till here. We only need endpoint till .com. So just remove this last part. Yeah, we don't want this. All right. So again, you will be using this. Okay, just copy it from here. And once you copy it, just paste it here. Okay. Also make sure that you remove the last part. Okay, and you only keep it till azure.com. So this is the endpoint from where you will be accessing your LLM and your embedding model, and you have also successfully passed the API key. If you look at the OpenAI API version, okay, now in version you can use this one, yeah, API version. So you can just kind of copy paste it from here. Yeah, you can just paste it here. Yeah, so you can see we have successfully defined the credentials for OpenAI config, and these are the credentials from wherein we'll be accessing the LLM, we'll be accessing the OpenAI model as in GPT-4o, the embedding model, all of that. Yes, so we have successfully defined the OpenAI config as well. All right. Now the next part is Azure AI Search. Okay, this is where you will be storing your, you'll be putting in your PDFs and all of that, right? So this is where you store the PDFs. So our AI can search for them basis the video, right? Now let us set up the credentials for Azure AI Search. All right. So what I need to do is, now this is done. You can just cancel this out as well. Okay. Now I'll click on Microsoft Azure again. And what I need to do is I need to search for Azure AI Search. Okay. This is what we want, AI Search. You can click on here. I already have it open. So I'll click on AI Search. Okay. You can see I already have my I would say this thing, search service being created. Now I won't be using I will be using my search service, but we'll try to create a new one as well. Okay, so I'll click on create. Okay, and just make sure that you use the same resource group that we have used for the storage account as well as for the Foundry. All right, so just make sure that you use the same resource group. All right. And now here it will ask us to create a storage or a service name. So let's say I'm going to name this service as project test 001-new. Okay. So, okay, one more thing. In your case, if you go to pricing tier, now by default, you might see the standard pricing tier, which is 160 GB per partition, all of that. What you can do is you can click on change pricing tier and select for the free version. So click on free and click on select. Okay. Now what I'll do is I'll use my standard one only, okay, because I'm using the paid account. Now in your case, okay, you go for the free version, okay. Once you're done here, click on review and create and click again on create icon. Okay, what this will do is it will start creating the search service that we want. All right. So you can see now it is saying initializing deployment or submitting deployment, whatever it is. Okay. Now in here, we'll be needing three things. We'll be needing the search endpoint, we'll be needing the search API key and the search index name. Okay. Let's do one thing. In case of search index name, search index name, you can give it. You don't have to get it from Azure. All right. So we'll call it as brand compliance rules. This is what we're going to call this. All right, this is what we're going to call the Azure search index name as. All right. Okay, great. Now it says your deployment is complete. Click on go to resource. All right. Once you are on resource, you on the overview page, you will find a lot of services. I mean, not of services, information with respect to your project. Okay, we are interested in two parts. We are interested in the search endpoint and we are interested in the search API key. Okay, so it is simple. If you just go here, you can see URL. Yeah, you can see this URL. This is nothing but the search endpoint that we want for our project. As simple as that. So just copy this URL and just paste this inside your search endpoint. As simple as that. All right. And after that, it is asking us for Azure search API key. Okay. For Azure search API key, what we're going to do is, if you just go here in the left pane, you can see this option called as keys. So you can go to settings. In settings, you will find an option called as keys. Click on keys. Okay. Once you click on key, you can look at the primary key and you look at the secondary key. We want the primary admin key. All right. Now, in primary admin key, you can just click on copy. Okay. And once you click on copy, you can just paste it here. And that is nothing but your search API key. All right, guys. So that was straightforward. Yes. So we have successfully given the configurations for accessing the OpenAI API key, which is in our Foundry portal. And we have also successfully given the credentials for Azure AI Search, right? That is also what we have successfully given. Okay. Along with this, what we can also do is we'll look at Azure AI Indexer config and the monitoring observability part in some time. We'll just set up the LangSmith tracing as well. Okay. Now for LangSmith tracing, okay, what you need to do is you can just go to this platform called as LangSmith. Okay. And you can go to LangSmith docs. Okay. Once you have gone to LangSmith docs, this particular link, you can click on try LangSmith. All right. And if you come to this is typically how I would say the entire UI or the overview looks like, the studio looks like. Okay, and this is where you can see all your projects getting tracked. Okay, this will basically show you how your project is doing. So basically, if you just come to tracing part, this is where you can get all your projects traced. Okay, which means, for example, if I come to this particular project, I can actually see that what all things happen. So what was the input given by the user, what was the output generated, how many tokens, all of that. Okay, what was the latency? You can see here, yeah, it costed me it took around 2k tokens and it costed me this much. So this is LangSmith tracing. Okay, now we'll come to the tracing part in the later stage of the project. As of now, we are interested in connecting, right? So I'll just click on LangSmith again here. Okay. Okay. Yeah, let us come here and then we'll click on settings. Okay. Once we click on settings, what we're going to do is I'm just going to click on API key. Okay. It might ask you to select for workspace or it might directly show you the API key as well. Okay, it totally depends. Now I have a workspace mode, this thing, because I'm using, yeah. So I am going to click on workspace, and then I'm going to give a description. You can give any description of your choice, okay, whatever it is. Okay, let's say I'm going to give this as my description. Okay, if you want to give some other name, you can do that, and click on create API key. Once you click on create API key, just copy it. Okay, and voila, we are done. Okay, just paste that API key here. All right, the rest of the credentials you can keep it as it is. Okay, now you can keep the tracing part as true. You can keep this endpoint directly, which is api.smith.langchain.com. We just needed two parts. One is the LangChain API key, which is what we have put here, and the LangChain project name, okay, which is also what we have put here. So when our project actually gets traced, it will be traced under this project. Okay, so using the API key, we'll be able to successfully connect our Python client with LangSmith and with LangChain project. Okay, so if you just go here, okay, yeah. And now if I just go to tracing, you can see this names of the project. These are nothing but the names that you are going to define in your .env. As simple as that. All right. So, all right, guys. So we have successfully created the blob storage credentials, the OpenAI Azure OpenAI config, the embedding model endpoint, the search configuration, LangSmith tracing configuration, and the only two simple parts that we are remaining with is Azure Video Indexer and the Application Insights connection string. All right. In fact, let's do one thing. Let us try to look at the Azure Insights connection string as well. Okay. So what we'll do is let's go back to Azure. Okay. And in Azure, what you can do is you can search for something called as Application Insights. Okay. If you see here, it says Application Insights. Just click on Application Insights. Now, obviously for this project, I've already created one. Yeah. So you can, whatever you have created, you will find that being enlisted here along with the resource group that it belongs to. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on Create. Okay, you can just choose the resource group. Make sure that you keep the same resource group across all the services. Okay, it'll ask us for the name. Now name is something that you can give anything of your choice. We can just call it project 001 0012 0013. You can name this project anything. All right, we'll keep the region as East US. All right, and all right, this looks good. Yeah. Yeah, we'll keep this as the same workspace as well, and we'll just click on we'll just click on review and create. All right. All right, so what is Azure Application Insights? This is Azure Application Insights is, you can think of this as again, we'll click on create. You can think of this thing as a monitoring or a tracing part. Your entire project gets traced here. Okay, it actually creates something called as application map. Okay, if you're interested, you can always go and Google. Okay, yeah, I would also recommend you just show some interest, from your side as well. Don't be only dependent on tutorials. Okay, when I say something, you can always go on Google, check all. So you can see this is quite interesting, right? Introduction to Application Insights, Open Telemetry Observability. If you can recall, we had created a file called as telemetry.py, right? That is nothing but is what will create the connection here. Yeah, so you can see it creates a map. Yeah, and this map basically helps us, or application map is what helps us understand a lot about the project. Yeah, so you can see Application Insights is an open telemetry feature that offers application performance monitoring for live web applications. Integrating with OTel provides a vendor neutral approach, so on and so forth. So you can see there are so many things that you can do. The main idea is investigating and monitoring. Yeah, so it shows you live metrics, it shows you where your project failed, all of that. It shows you logs, it shows you dashboard. There are so many things that you can perform with Azure Application Insights. Okay, all right, so let me remove this one. Yeah, and I'll just click on go to resource. Okay, once I click on go to resource, okay, All right. Once I click on go to resource, can you see this connection string here? Yeah, this connection string. This is what we need. Okay, this is the connection string that we need. Okay, so just click on this connection string. Okay, just click on this connection string, and all you need to do is just pass that connection string here, and voila, you are done connecting your application insights to, or Azure Application Insights to your Python client. So what we did is, when we clicked on go to resource, and when we came here on this particular window, you can see the resource group, you can see the location, and you can see the connection string. We use this connection string and we inserted that in here, and this will help us connect our Python client to Azure Applications string. This is amazing. The only thing that we are now left with is Azure Video Indexer config, which we'll see in the next video. All right. Thank you so much. Let's proceed. Okay. All right. So as of now, we have defined a couple of, or roughly all of the Azure services, and the only one that we are currently left with is Azure Video Indexer configure, Azure Video AI Indexer, right? So we have already defined the location. Now let us input the other credentials as well. Okay. Now in order to do the same thing, what we're going to do is we are going to go on Azure and we're going to search for Azure AI Video Indexer. Okay. And I'll just click on Azure Video AI Indexer. Obviously, I have one already created, which I'm going to use for the project, but we'll see how can we create that instead. Okay. I'll click on create. Okay. Once we click on create, what we'll do is we'll use the same resource group that we are using. All right. And we can give any resource name. Let's say brand YT project 001, whatever resource name you want to give, you can give it here. In storage content, you can choose for a blob storage, which blob storage did you use, right? So when we created the blob storage, if you click here, you will see the blob storage that you had created earlier, right? And just click that blob storage, right? Why? Because your AI video indexer is going to refer, or it is going to extract the video that is stored in the storage account. Okay, that is the only reason. Okay. In resources, nothing. In managed identities, keep it clicked on system assigned. Okay. Click on this check and click on review plus create. You can see the credentials, not the credentials, the details here. And then we can just click on create. All right. Once we click on create, you can see it starts saying validating template. All right. And yeah, let's wait for a minute. So you can see now it is saying submitting deployment. And once these resources are done, we'll go back to writing the first code, which is defining the state. All right. All right. So now it says deployment is in progress. All right. Once it says your deployment is complete, we'll click on go to resource. All right. Once we go to resource, okay, this might appear here. This account needs a managed identity role assignment. Just click on assign a role. All right. And this is just going to assign a managed identity role for us. Okay. Right now, what we are interested in is this one, account ID. Okay. We are interested in this account ID option. Take this account ID. Just click, this is what we're interested in, account ID. Just select this account ID, okay, and you need to paste it here in account ID option. All right. Now in this account ID option, and when it comes to your your VI name, okay, if you can recall whatever VI name you had given earlier, right, you have to give that VI name in here. So this is your VI name. So this VI name, we're going to pass this in here. All right, which is brand YT project 001. So your VI name is done, location is done, Azure account ID is done. Now what we are interested is the Azure subscription ID. right? And if you can recall the resource group, we already have the resource group here. So we'll just take the resource group also, and we'll just paste this in resource group. And we need the subscription ID. Subscription ID is also available here. Can you see the subscription ID? You can just copy paste it from here, and you can paste this in subscription ID, and voila, your credentials for Azure AI or Video AI Indexer are done as well. Okay, so guys, we have successfully defined all the services and all the connection strings that we'll be needing for this particular project, right? So this is really good. This is amazing. Okay, all right. Now, if I just go to this resource page, you can also see this thing called here called as access control. You can click on access control. Okay, and once you click on access control, you have to then click on add and add role assignment. Okay, now in add role assignment, what we are going to do is we are going to search for video indexer restricted viewer. So okay, just click here. So just select this here, and also select or rather also look at video indexer restricted viewer. Is there a contributor role as well? Yeah, video indexer account contributor. Yeah, and click on next. All right, so this is the selected role, which is video indexer account contributor. All right, what we're going to do is we're going to assign it to the user. Okay, then it asks for select the members. In selecting the members, what we'll do is we'll select our email ID with which we have logged in into our Azure account, and we'll click on select. Okay, we will, once we have selected that, we'll click on review and assign. Okay, this is the role, which is video indexer account contributor, and we'll click on review and assign again. And what this will do is, with this, you can see it says added role assignment, which see with this we can incorporate the Azure Video Indexer in our project. See, unless and until you don't do this, what we did right now, it's if I have to tell you in simple terms, your code won't work. Yeah, so make sure that you go to identity access management, you click on add role assignment, and you select the role which is video indexer contributor. All right, that is important. So once this role is done, now you can, now if I come here, you can see all the video indexers and all the resources that we have created. You can see that being listed here. Right now, how cool is that? All right, so this looks good. So we have successfully created all the Azure services that we will be needing for this particular project. All right, this is fantastic. All right, now let us do one thing. Let us get started with writing our code. Okay, and in SRC, what we're going to do is we are going to go into the graph directory, and in graph we are going to first define the state of LangGraph. All right, so let us go and define the state first. All right, and what I'll do is I'll keep on writing, or I'll write the code, and slowly and steadily I'll also explain you what we are exactly doing here. Okay, for starters, what we'll be doing here is I'm going to import operator. Okay, just give me a minute. Let me remove this part. I'm going to import operator, and from typing, I'm going to import annotated. I'm going to import list. I'm going to import dictionary. I'm going to import optional, any, and type dict. Because the thing is, if we are building a LangGraph class, LangGraph state object, this state object is type dict. It is not pedantic, right? I would highly recommend you guys to first read on what is type dict, what is pedantic, all of that. Okay, because unless until you don't understand, you won't understand how the agentic workflow works. All right. Now what we're going to do is we're going to define the schema for a single compliance result. Okay. Okay. Now first and foremost, okay, what I want to tell you is, see, what is the project that we are building? We have the brand advertisements, right? We have the YouTube brand advertisements, which are nothing but videos. If you look at the videos, your videos are typically a combination of images, speech, text, all of that, right? See, videos are nothing but these are moving images. Speech is nothing but because when an actor says, I mean, in an advertisement, you will have some actors, you will have some characters who are making some statements, talking about the brand, all of that. And then there's also text. You can see the text that appears on the screen, right? For example, Garnier Naturals, 100% vegan, the claims, okay? So your videos contain three parts. It contains images, it contains speech, and it contains text as well, okay? The user is going to post the brand video URL. That URL, that video will be downloaded, and once the video is downloaded, it will be uploaded on Azure Blob Storage. Azure Blob Storage holds the temporary video or the unstructured data. My Azure Video Indexer, okay, what it will do is it is going to perform two things. It is going to look at the transcript. What is the transcript? Transcript are nothing but you can think of this as the dialogues, okay, that are the dialogues that are said by the actor and whatever the actor or the characters in the advertisement. For example, here it is, use Garnier 5 Pro, whatever. So when they say something, that's nothing but the dialogue. So we're going to extract that also using transcript as a transcript, and using the OCR, we are also going to extract the text claims that are made on screen. Okay. So for example, on screen, they are showing 100% Ayurvedic. Then we'll see if it is really 100% Ayurvedic or not. Yeah. And this Azure Video Indexer, in order to perform these two things, it needs to access the video which is available on blob storage. Okay. We also have Azure AI Search, okay, which is a vector store. And what it is going to do is it is going to store the PDF data. We have two PDFs, right? One is the FTC guidance guidelines, and then there's the YouTube ad specifications, right? So if you go to this file, YouTube ad specs, yeah, YouTube ad specs, and as you scroll down here, you can see here skippable in-stream ad specifications. Okay, so in-stream ads, how do you want the, so when you have this kind of ads where you can just click on skip ads, so you can see here they last for 11 seconds. Where is it? Sorry. Yeah, they last for 11 seconds or longer, and after 5 seconds the viewer has the option to skip the ad and continue watching the video. And here are the accepted YouTube video ad specification for this types. And now once we give the URL, it will basically compare that whatever brand video is given on YouTube, is it matching with the specifications or with the compliance rules that are defined or the recommended specifications that are defined inside the documents. This is what is going to happen. Now, earlier, you actually had people who used to do this job, but now not anymore. We're going to assign an agent. We're going to build an agent which does this particular job. And then we also have Azure Application Insights, which is going to do the tracking and logs, right? So that is typically how the workflow looks like. Okay, so I'm going to import operator, and what we're going to do now is we're going to define the compliance result, okay, or the schema for the compliance result. That is what we're going to do. So I'm going to first create a class, typedict class called as compliance issue, and this is what it's going to be, typedict. Okay, and this typically works with kind of works or associates with three kinds of parameters. One is the category, then the other is the description, which is again string. Then we also are going to look at the severity. So when we actually get the output, okay, we are going to flag our output basis certain things. So what is the description of that particular compliance? What is the categories? For example, if the category is audio, so if there is any audio compliance happening, which means it is saying that if there are any issues with respect to the audio, then it is going to flag it under the audio compliance category. Okay, and then we're also going to extract the timestamp, but timestamp is optional. Okay, and if it is there, we're going to extract that as the string. Okay, so this is nothing but if there is anything critical, right, or if there's any warning, then this is going to be flagged under severity, right? And description is nothing but the specific detail of violation. Okay, so if the ads are getting, or ads are, if they are violating something, then what is that specific detail, under what is it violating? And this is nothing but, let's say, category can be, example can be, let's say, FTC disclosure, right, or anything. Yeah, you will see that in in some time when we actually define this. Okay, once we are done here, what we'll do is we'll define the global graph state as well. All right, and what we'll do here is we'll define as something called as video audit state. Okay, this is the second state that we are defining, again going to be type dict. Okay, and what this actually does is that it basically defines the data schema. Okay, so I'll just put here, defines the data schema for LangGraph execution content. All right, so what is the input parameters it will take? Okay, what is the input parameters it is going to take? It is going to take the video URL, which is in string format, which will be pasted by the user, and it will also take the video ID. Okay, which is again, or it will also extract the video ID, which will be which is good, it is going to extract from the video URL. Okay, and then we have the ingestion and the extraction data. Okay, so see, the thing is, when your video gets downloaded to the local file or to the local path, right? So firstly, your video will be downloaded to a local file path, right? We'll also keep this as optional, and this has to be colon, and then we're going to extract the video metadata also, right? And this metadata is going to be in dictionary format. The key is going to be a string, but the output can be of any data type. For example, something like duration is, let's say, 15 seconds, or resolution is, let's say, 1080p, right? So you can see here, it's a dictionary. At the key level, it is a string, but the value can be anything, right? So we're going to take the metadata. We're also going to take the transcript. The transcript again is optional. Okay, and we'll also take the OCR text, the thing that appears on screen. This is going to be a list of strings. Okay, and if you look at the transcript is actually fully extracted speech to text. So you can see we are performing so many things, in this particular project, right? And it is going to, it is going to have a really heavy impact on your portfolio or on your CV. Yeah. And then when we perform the analysis, what is going to be the analysis output? The analysis output is that we're going to have compliance results. Okay, and I'll just put annotated here. I'll give you the understanding of this in a minute. Let me first write it. Okay, and then it says operator.add. Okay, and then I'll just finish off, and then I'll give you the idea what we are trying to do. Okay, and then we have final status, or I'll say final deliverables. Under final deliverables, I have the final status, which is going to be in string format. For example, what is the final status? The final status is that if it is going to be a pass or if it is going to fail, which is if it has passed the audit or it has failed the audit. And it is also going to generate the final report, right, which is again going to be in string, right? And this is nothing but going to be in the markdown format, the final report. Yeah. And at the system observability part, observability, yeah, if there are any errors, right, which means if there are any, let's say, API timeouts, right, or if there are any system level errors, we also need to take that into consideration, right? So we're going to take this errors annotated and we're going to take the list. Okay, and so we want all of those errors to be appended. Yeah. All right, now if you look closely, okay, um, we have started with importing annotated list, dictionary, optional, all of that, right? And first and foremost, we define the compliance issue state, right? And this is nothing but the error report structure you can think of. So if the error report gets generated, this is how, it is going to look like, right? It is going to, you can think of this as if there is any violation or there is any issue, then it is going to flag it under these 4 parameters. Okay. This basically standardizes how the errors are reported, right? Whether the issue is missing a disclaimer or there is a misleading claim, or every issue must have some category, must have some description, must have some severity level, right? And this also prevents AI from returning unstructured text that the front end cannot display, right? So that is important. And then you have the video audit state again. Okay, and this class defines the state that gets passed around from one step to other in the workflow. Okay, so I'll just say it here. This basically defines the state that gets passed around, okay, in the agentic workflow. Okay, so if you know the basics of LangGraph, it's a stateful graph, right? So your state is always, now when you have nodes, when we create nodes in LangGraph, it takes the old state and returns an updated state. So this is the state that will be passed through. Okay, so what it does is basically this video audit state, you can think of this as it defines the main container that holds all the information about the audit process from the initial URL to the final report. So you can see right from the URL that you give till the final report, it basically holds everything. So I'll write it here. It is nothing but it's a main container. Okay, it holds all the information. Okay, information about what? About the audit. Okay, right from the initial URL that the user gives to the final report. Now how cool is that? Yes, so just one single class, one single state that will give you everything. Yeah, you can see, look at the first input parameters, it takes the URL and the ID. Okay, so what this does is basically it stores the YouTube link and the unique ID for every session. This is the unique ID, correct? And you can think of these are basically the inputs that are required to start the process. Okay, and the ID, the video ID, is going to help us track the files and the logs across different Azure services. Okay, so video ID will be very important in case of Azure AI Indexer. Okay, the next we have is the ingestion and the extraction part, right? So what this does, okay, these fields basically act as placeholders for the data that we're going to extract from the video. So what are we going to, so firstly, look at the local file path. This is where the video is temporarily saved on computer, right? And this is where you'll, in your root directory, typically you will see this local file path. Then you have the video metadata. And video metadata, what? It stores the technical details like duration, like resolution, all of that with respect to the video. Transcript is nothing but your converted speech to text. And OCR is nothing but it basically holds the list of all the text that appeared on the screen visually. That is OCR text, right? And then you have compliance results. Okay, if you see here, this basically stores the list of violations. I'll just write it here. This basically stores the list of all the violations that were found by AI, or in our case, the agentic system. So you can see it holds the list of all the compliance issues. Yeah. And this is, if you see annotated list of compliance issues, you can see this is a specific instruction for LangGraph. It means that when node returns a new issue, you add it to the list. Okay, you do not delete. Okay, so what this will do is operator.add. If any node finds any issue with respect to a video, it will keep on appending the compliance issue to this particular list, and that will be called as compliance results. Okay, and then finally, what are the final deliverables? We have the status and the report. Okay, and this is basically the final decision, right? This is what the user sees in the terminal, on the dashboard, all of that, right? Which is what is the final status? Did the audit compliance pass or fail? And what is the final report looking like, right? And in the end, we also have the system observability part. Okay, and what it does, it captures a list of all the system level crashes, right? So it stores what? It stores the list of system level crashes, right? This can be anything. It can be downloading failed, Azure timeout, all of that, right? And it is going to store that as a list under the tag errors. Yes. So guys, we have successfully firstly stored all the .env variables. We have defined the Azure services, and we have successfully defined the state as well. Once we have defined the state, now in the next video, we'll be defining the nodes. All right, so let's proceed. All right, so now once we have defined state, now the next thing that we need to define is nodes. Okay, so let us start defining the nodes part. And what I'll do is I'll keep on scripting the code, and in between I'll keep on keep on explaining you guys. And once we are done with the code, then we'll rerun the explanation once again. All right. So first and foremost, we're going to import JSON. We're going to import OS. We're going to import logging because we want to log whatever changes we are doing. We're also going to import RE, which is typically used for regular expression, in this case for text cleaning. And we'll be also importing dictionary. We'll be importing any, and we'll be also importing list. All right. And then what we'll do is from langchain underscore OpenAI, we will import. So we'll import Azure Chat OpenAI. This is to chat with the OpenAI models, and we're also going to use Azure OpenAI Embeddings. Okay, and this is to access the embedding model, which is the text tree embeddings small model that we have in Foundry. Okay. Then from langchain underscore community dot vector stores, we're going to import Azure Search, because this is going to act as a vector store where our PDFs are going to get vectorized and will be stored. Then from langchain underscore core dot prompts, we're going to import chat prompt template. Okay, because we'll be also defining the prompt. And then from langchain underscore core dot messages, we will be importing system message, and we'll be also importing human message. All right, this looks good. Now what we are going to do is in state, right? We have in state.py, we have defined the schema, right? We have defined the state code. So what we're going to do is from backend.src.graph.state.py, we're going to import the video audit state class we have created and the compliance issue class that we have created. All right. And what we're going to do is in services, we have created a file called as video indexer.py. Okay, as of now, we have not written the code, but we're going to create one service. Okay, but as of now, I'll just import that class here. We have not created it yet. Okay, I'm going to import something called as video indexer service. We'll write the video indexer service code in some time. Okay, all right. Once we are done here, what we're going to do is we are going to configure the logger, okay, which is going to log everything that we do here. Yes, so we're going to say logger equals to logging dot get logger, and we're going to log this under brand guardian. Okay, and then we're going to put logging dot basic config and level equals to logging dot info. All right. Okay, this looks cool. Now let us build the first node. Okay, so node 1, that is the indexer. All right, so we're going to create the first node, which is called as the index video node. It takes the video audit state and returns a dictionary that contains, or a dictionary that has a string and any, which means at the key level you can have a string, but at in the output, as in the value of the string can be of any data type. Okay, so what this node performs, okay, in simple terms, this is going to download the YouTube video, okay, from the URL. Then it basically uploads to the Azure Video Indexer. Okay, and then it extracts the insights. This is what it performs. All right, so first and foremost, it will take the video URL. Okay, so from state we're going to get the video URL. All right, then it is going to take the video ID input. Okay, so let me just pass in here. It gives the video ID input, and that is also what it is going to get from state. So video ID comma video underscore demo. Okay, we'll see this, and then it will again perform logging. So let's say this can be let's say we'll write node indexer. Okay, processing. And what is it processing? It is processing the video URL, right? So it will first process the video URL, and what will happen is we will locally create a once we process the video, we are going to locally keep that video or locally download that video, and once the video is locally downloaded, then we will be uploading that on Azure Video Indexer. So locally we're going to download that particular URL or YouTube video as temp audio video, or temp audit video. Okay, temp audit video, because we're going to do compliance auditing, right? And now with this, we are going to write the try except block, where we are going to instantiate the video indexer service that we have created, right? This video indexer service will be in this particular file. Okay, let me just give it in this file, in video indexer file. Okay, all right, we have not created it yet. We'll create that in a while. Okay, and then what we're going to do is we're going to download, right? So we're going to download the video if it contains youtube.com, okay, in the video URL, or okay, maybe youtube.b, okay, in the video URL. All right, then you download that on the local path. Okay, not just download that on the local path, but yeah, let me just, yeah, all right. So vi underscore service, what I'll do is I'll download the YouTube video. All right, and we'll pass the video URL, we'll pass the output path. Okay, output path. Okay, and the output path is nothing but, what we're going to do is we're going to keep this as local file name. Local file name is where your video gets downloaded. Okay, so we're just going to check if we are going to download the video only, okay, if it abides by, if it contains youtube.com or something like this. Okay, else what we're going to do is we're going to raise an exception. Okay, and we're going to say please provide a valid YouTube URL for this test. This is what we're going to say. Okay, all right, once it is downloaded, then we need to upload this. And where we are going to upload this, we're going to upload this to Azure VI service, right? So I'll create a variable called as Azure Video ID. Okay, and then in VI service dot, using VI service, we're going to upload the video. Okay, and we're going to upload the video from where? From the local path. Okay, and the video name is nothing but it is going to take the video ID input. All right, and then we're just going to log it. Okay, we're going to log it under upload success, and then it is also going to show us the ID. Okay, ID of the video that successfully got uploaded on VI. All right, then we'll also do some pending cleanup. So we'll just say if os.path.exists local path. Okay, we're going to remove that. Okay, we're going to remove it from the local path. See, once the video is uploaded, we don't want it, right? So we'll remove that from the local path. Okay, then what we'll do is we'll wait. Okay, now in the waiting time, what we'll do is we will create something called as wait for processing. All right, and we'll pass the ID. Okay, and as the processing is happening, it will store that in raw insights. Okay, once this is done, we will extract the, okay, what we'll do is let us also log this info. No, not required. Let us log the once we are extracting the data, we're going to store that extracted data in clean data. Okay, so we're going to say vi underscore service dot extract data, and that too from raw insights. Okay, and whatever data gets stored here when the processing is happening, we're going to extract the data and we're going to store that in clean data. And once that is done, we're going to do logger.info. Okay, and we'll say what? We'll say node. Okay, node indexer. Okay, we'll say extraction complete. All right, we'll do this and then we'll finally return the clean data. Okay, and so try is done. Okay, if nothing works, then we'll just raise an exception. So exception as E, and then we'll log the error as well. Okay, and in the logger, we're going to put video indexer failed, and we're also going to note down that error. And finally, what are we going to return? We can firstly return the errors. Okay, whatever error was there, which was again, we're going to log that into string. The final status, okay, which is, okay, just a minute. Yeah, final status, which is fail. Yeah, so if the final status is fail, it means that there is some error that is caught up. Okay, and yeah, I think after this we're going to put, let's say, transcript. Okay, and okay, I think I did not put this here. Yeah, okay, and then in transcript, obviously if it is unable to extract the transcript, so we'll keep that as empty string. And even if it is unable to extract the OCR text, then again, I mean, if it fails, it fails, right? It will be unable to If there is an error, it will be unable to, it will firstly show the error. It will also tell that the final status is failed. It is unable to extract the transcript and the OCR text. And this is what node 1 will do, which is the index video node. All right. And the next node that we're going to build, which is node 2, this is nothing but the compliance auditor node. If you can recall this from the architecture diagram, this is the one that performs the compliance auditing. Okay, so we're going to call this as audio content node. It takes the earlier state, which is the video audit state, as an input and gives the output, which contains a dictionary. Okay, which at the key level it takes string and the output can be any. Okay, this node actually performs retrieval augmented generation. Okay, which is how a RAG pipeline works, right? This node performs retrieval augmented generation to audit the content. Okay, which is nothing but the brand video. Okay, and yeah, so let us do one thing. Let us now write logger.info. Okay, and in logger.info, firstly I'll pass node auditor. Okay, which suggests that the auditor node is now working from here. Okay, and it will say that auditor node querying the knowledge base and LLM. All right, this looks good. And after this, we're also going to show transcript. Okay, and in transcript, I'm just going to say state.get transcript. Okay, and if it is able to get the transcript, it will store that into transcript, else it will show a empty string. All right, if it does not extract the transcript, all right, then we need to log that. Okay, we're going to say no transcript available, and you need to skip the audit. Okay, and if this works, then if this does not work, then what are we going to return? Firstly, we're going to return the final status. Okay, which is that it failed, and we're also going to return a final report. So in final report, what will we return? We'll return that the audit skipped. Okay, why? Because we were unable to extract because the video processing failed, right? So because the video processing failed, and there is no transcript. All right, as simple as that. Okay. Okay, now once we are done with this part, in this node itself, what we need to do is we need to initialize the Azure clients. Okay, initialize Azure clients, which means the Azure services. Okay, so what we'll be needing is we'll be needing the Azure Chat OpenAI, right? And in Azure Chat OpenAI, in Azure deployment parameter, I'll pass the Azure OpenAI chat deployment, right? You can go to env and check. Okay, so in Azure deployment, what are we going to take from the get env? What are we going to extract? We're going to extract Azure OpenAI chat deployment, which is what? Azure OpenAI chat deployment is the model. So we're going to extract the model in here. All right. We're going to extract the model. Once we have extracted the model, which will be stored in this variable, then I also need to take the version, right? So I'll just call this as OpenAI API version. I'll say os.get env. Okay, and I'll say I'll just pass this as Azure OpenAI API version. See, all these variables are there in your .env. You need to go and check. Okay, just make sure that you name it correctly as you have named this in .env. Okay, and then what we'll do is we'll keep the temperature as 0. All right, looks good. So we have passed the LLM information. and now we'll pass the embeddings information. Okay, for embeddings we'll be using Azure OpenAI Embeddings, and in here in Azure deployment part, okay, what will we pass? We will be passing the we'll be passing the text embedding 3 small model that we are using. Okay, and the OpenAI API version, which is this one. This is also what we will pass here. Okay, all right, looks good. After the embeddings, we need to pass the vector store, okay, which is the vector store details. So in Azure Search, I'll first pass the Azure Search endpoints. See, this is where you will be having all your vectors stored, right? Azure Search is very important. Okay, so here we'll be having get env, and here firstly I'll pass Azure Search endpoint. Okay, after this I'll be passing Azure Search key. Okay, and in Azure Search key in .get env I'll pass Azure Search API key. All right, after that at the index name level I'll be passing get env and whatever index name you have given. Okay, Azure Search index name. All right, and after this I'll also pass the embedding function. Okay, embedding function I'll pass, and here I'll say embeddings.embed query, which means whatever embeddings.embed query, yeah, whatever user will be giving an input function, as when a user gives a prompt, we want that prompt also to be embedded, and that is what it will do. Okay, and then after defining the vector store, we have the RAG retrieval part. Okay, and in RAG retrieval part, firstly we'll extract the OCR text, right? So we'll extract the text. We'll call this. We'll extract the OCR text. If we get nothing, we're going to pass an empty list. Then we are going to extract the transcript, right? So we need to extract the transcript, and what we'll do is we will join this, okay, with the OCR text. That is what we'll do here. Okay, so transcript and OCR text both are joined, and that will be passed as query text. Okay, and then what we'll do is we'll perform a similarity search over the vector store. Okay, so over the vector store, when we perform a similarity search, okay, we'll be passing query text, and we want 3 nearest or it's text which is similar. So we want 3 such results which are similar from the vector store. Okay, and we're going to do a similarity search from the vector store, and we're going to store that in docs. Okay, and after this we're going to create something called as retrieved rules. Okay, so let me just pass in here. Okay, what we're going to do here is basically we are going to extract the page content, right? So we're going to extract the page content from the document objects that we're going to create here, right? So I'll just say for doc in docs. Okay, so from doc in docs you extract the page content, and then you join. Okay, and then you store this in retrieved rules. Okay, because page content is what gets vectorized, right? So once the document objects are created, page content will be getting vectorized. Okay, after this what we need to define is we need to define the system prompt. Okay, which means how do we want our system to act. Okay, so I'll just pass the yeah, looks good. So I'll just pass the system prompt. Okay, and in system prompt I'll say you are a senior brand compliance auditor. All right, and then there are some official regulatory rules that you need to follow. All right, official. Okay, And these official regulatory rules are nothing but the retrieved rules from here. Okay. Then there are certain, okay, all right, let me just hit a tab. Then there are some instructions as well. Okay. Instructions are, okay, that first and foremost, you need to analyze the transcript, okay, and the OCR text that is given, okay, that you extract. Then you identify if there are any violations of the rules. Okay, you identify if there are any violations of the rules. And third, you return strictly JSON, okay, in the following format, and we will define the format. So JSON in the following format, and let us define the format. The format will be typically like, so I have the format ready, so I'll just copy paste this format in here. So this is how I want the format to be. Okay. All right, looks good. Yeah, so you will be having, firstly, look at the, if you look at the structure, compliance results, and whenever I get the compliance results, I need to get that into JSON. Okay, it needs to be flagged under category, severity, and description, which means if I have an advertisement, okay, and then there is any category violation, okay, then in under which category is the violation happening? Okay, let's say this category is claim validation. Severity is critical, which means they have performed some severe violation of the rules. Okay. And if there is a status fail, it will basically just summarize the findings. Okay, if no violations are found, you set the status to pass and the compliance results to empty. As simple as that. Okay. Once this is done, we also need to define the user message. Okay, which is, now user message is something that will go from the human level. So as a human, okay, or at the user message, what inputs will go to the system, right? When I want a system to act a particular way, I also need to provide inputs. So at input level, I will be passing the video metadata. Okay, and how will it get the video metadata? Okay, it will state.get. Okay, it will take the video metadata that we have defined earlier. If it does not get the video metadata, it will just pass the empty string. All right, then we also need the transcript. Okay, and in transcript, what we'll do is, firstly we'll extract the we'll get the transcript. Okay, and after that we will be also needing the on-screen text, right, which is nothing but the OCR, right? And how will we get that? We'll get that from the OCR text. All right. Okay, now basis this, we'll try to write a try catch statement. Okay. Okay, looks good. So now in here I'll put a try, okay, wherein firstly we'll invoke the LLM. Okay, we'll invoke the LLM on what? We will invoke the LLM on system message. Okay, and at system level, what are we passing? System message is nothing but the system prompt that is there, and the human message is nothing but the user message, okay, that we are passing here. All right, and the LLM, which means my GPT, will be invoked on here. Okay. All right, and now what we're going to do is we're going to so now the thing is, whenever some content is generated, right, that content also contains metadata. So I'm just going to put response.content, which means I don't want any metadata. Okay, and then I'm just going to do some regular expression cleanup. Okay, if you are not from regular expression background, you can just avoid this. All right, so okay, if this is found, okay, something like this is found in the content, okay, then what you need to do is you need to search it. Okay, re.search. Okay, and I'll just pass in here. What this means typically I'll give you an idea on a top level. Now, if I just have to tell you right now what we are doing, We are just cleaning any data that is available except JSON. All right. Okay. All right. And now after this, I need to pass the content. I need to pass something called as re.all dot group one. Okay, you can avoid this if you're not interested in regular expressions. Yeah, it's totally fine. It's just that we are cleaning the data, and whatever output we'll be getting after once we have cleaned the data, we're going to store that into JSON format. Okay, you can see JSON.loads audit data. All right, and then finally what do? We return something. Okay, and what do we return? Firstly, we return the compliance results. Okay, and in compliance results, what do we pass? We pass audit data dot get. So from audit data, what are we going to get? We're going to get the compliance results. Okay, if we don't get anything, we're going to pass the empty list. Then we also need the final status. Okay, and final status, how are we going to get? Again, audit data, and from audit data we're going to get the status. If there is nothing, we're going to just pass fail. We're just going to send fail. And then we want final report. Again, from audit data, okay, we're going to get it. We're going to call that as final report. Okay, and if we are unable to do that, it is going to say no report generated. Now this might look a bit tricky, but please try to understand we are writing good production level code, high quality code, so it might expect certain things from you. Yeah, so accept exception as E. Okay, we're going to log this error. Okay, and then I'm just going to pass system error in auditor node. Okay, and we also need to pass which error is this. All right, and yes, and we also need to log the raw response, like what went wrong, right? So logging the raw response. So we'll be also logging that. So I'll be just passing logger.error. Okay, and then I'll just say raw LLM response. Okay, which is response dot content. Okay, if the response in locals, sorry, if the response in locals, else none. Okay, and then I'm just going to return a few things. I'm going to return the errors. Okay, and the error is again going to be in string format. Yeah, and then it is also going to print the final status, and again in final status it is going to be failed. So yes, so we have successfully written the nodes code as well. Okay, and these are the nodes that we will be dealing with. Okay, so first and foremost, if we just go here towards the top, RE is for regular expression. Okay, after that we are just going to import which all, so where all we need to connect. So we need to connect it to Azure Chat OpenAI. We'll be needing the embeddings, and we'll be needing Azure Search. So we're just going to import that from LangChain. We need to import the prompt template, hence chat prompt template is also defined. Now, if you look at the first function, okay, this function is actually responsible for converting video to text. Okay, so function responsible for converting video to text, and you can understand this is really important. Yeah, and what does it take? It takes the current state, which contains the YouTube URL. So this contains the YouTube URL as an input. All right, It creates the instance of the video indexer. Okay, so if you actually see here, yeah. So what does it do? So yahan pe obviously it is creating an instance of video indexer, which is a helper class that is there in indexer, and locally it is going to create the or um, download the video, right? And what we are going to use here is we are going to use for downloading, we're going to use something called as YTDLP. Okay, and YTDLP will help us download the video from YouTube to the local system, and that too temporarily. Okay, all right. And in here we're going to upload this, right? This will basically send the video that we have local to Azure. Okay, in this case, Azure Cloud, Azure Video Indexer. Yeah. And if you look at this part, which is raw insights, okay, raw insights, VI service dot wait for processing Azure VID. And this basically pauses the code. This will pause the code. It keeps on asking Azure, are you done? Are you done? Are you done? Every 30 seconds, it will keep on asking Azure. Okay, and because video processing will take time, right? It takes around 5 to 10 minutes. So this prevents the code from moving forward unless and until the results are ready. So now if the results are ready, okay, that is when you will see that in clean data. Okay, so once Azure is done, this basically pulls out the parts that we care about, which is the transcript, which is the words that are spoken in the advertisement, and the OCR, which is the text available on the screen. Yeah, this is the exception, and then we have the next node, which is the audio content node. Yeah, and you can think of this as the brain of this operation. It basically uses AI to judge the content. This is going to help AI to judge the content. Okay, now this particular node receives the state which now contains the transcript and the OCR text from the previous step. See here, the state was only containing the YouTube URL. Now here it understands or it knows the transcript, it knows the OCR as well. And now this is going to judge it. It is going to judge because we want to see if it complies or not, right? As we move down below, okay, you can see we are just going to log into different whether it is a model, whether we are going to use Azure AI Search, which is the knowledge base here, right? And all of that. Yeah, so all right, and this actually works as a retrieval augmented generation, right? And why does it works at retrieval augmented generation? See, first and foremost, we have to understand that it basically combines the transcript and the screen text into one search query, right? It asks the Azure search. Okay, if you see here, it will ask the Azure search, find me the 3 most relevant pages from the PDF rulebook matching the text. This is what it will do. Okay, so this is going to ask Azure search that, you know what, find me the 3 most relevant pages from the PDF rulebook as per the which are matching the text or as per the given query by the user. Okay, and it saves those specific rules into what? Into retrieved rules. Okay, because so instead of sending 100-pager entire rule book to AI, which is obviously very expensive, yeah, you only send the extracted paragraphs, and this is what it will do. Okay, all right. Once this is done, we have defined a system prompt. Okay, and system prompt is nothing but, in a way, we are giving instructions to AI, right? It provides context, right? It provides context, which are the rules that we just found, and the task, right, which is finding the violations. So crucially, it basically tells AI to strictly give only JSON. Yeah, because I think we have defined it somewhere. Yeah, we only want JSON, right? This means that AI must answer in the computer code format and not conversational English. As simple as that. Okay. After that, we have also passed the user message. Okay, we are invoking the LLM, and then we are doing some weird regular expression thing, right? So this is basically the safety mechanism. Okay, sometimes the AI tries to be helpful and write, and it basically wraps the code in markdown backticks, right? So this is called a backtick, by the way. Okay, so this code uses regular expression. okay, to look for those backticks if there are any such backticks, okay, and delete them. So this is going to delete such backticks, okay, because many times when there is code, when there is when AI wraps the code in markdown, there are some backticks in them. So we're just going to remove this. We don't want it. We're going to delete that, and we only want pure JSON. Okay, that is what it will do, and it will return pure JSON. And this is nothing but the exception that will get logged, as simple as that. Okay, so finally we're going to have it basically now converts the text response here into Python dictionary, right? If you see here, it returns a Python dictionary, right? And it returns the final status, final report, compliance results, all of that, right? And basically this finalizes the audit. Okay, and this is what the final output you will be seeing on these three parameters, which is the compliance results, final status, and the final report. So yes, guys, so that was nodes. Yeah, that was a bit of in-depth, but yeah, I think you guys got an idea, like typically, because the kind of project that we are building, it requires you to do that. All right. Okay, next let's move to the next part, and the next part is where we'll be defining the workflow, where the state and the nodes will come together. All right. Okay, let's proceed. Okay, all right. So we have defined the state, we have defined the nodes as well, and now we're going to define the workflow. All right. And so firstly, this workflow is nothing but, you can think of this workflow as, we are going to bring the state and the nodes together, and then we're going to execute all of it together. Okay, as in now we're going to create a graph. The LangGraph, the name itself contains graph, right? So that is what we're going to do here. Yeah, so basically this module that we're going to build, which is the workflow module, this defines the DAG. Okay, and DAG is nothing but, it is directed acyclic graph. Okay, and what does it do? That orchestrates the video compliance, okay, a video compliance audit process. This is what it does. Okay, and it basically connects the nodes, okay, which are using the state graph. What is state graph? I'll explain that to you in a while. Okay, from LangGraph. All right, that is what it does. All right. So the logic here is pretty. This is graph. Okay, the logic here is pretty straightforward. So we're going to start at the start node. Okay. Once we start, then it hits the index video node. This node it hits. Okay. After that, it is going to hit the audit content node. Okay, and after that we're going to end the graph. Okay, if you see, there are just two things happening, but because obviously it is such a big project. If you look at the main functionality, there are just two nodes, but both of them are extremely robust, right? So what we're going to do is, from LangGraph, dot graph, okay, I'm going to import state graph, LangGraph.graph. Yeah, I'm going to import state graph, and I'm going to import end. We can also import start, but that's fine. Okay, and now from backend.src dot graph dot state, which is your state.py code, we're going to import the video audit state that is there. Okay, and then from backend.src dot graph dot nodes, we're going to import what? We're going to import the index video node, and we're going to also import the audio content node. These are the two nodes that are important right now. Okay, what we'll do is, we'll now create a function which creates the graph, okay, for us. All right, and what this does is that it basically constructs and compiles the LangGraph workflow. Okay, so constructs and compiles the um, LangGraph workflow. This is what it performs. Okay, and it returns, what does it return? It returns a compiled graph, okay, which is nothing but a runnable graph, okay, or I would say a runnable graph object which helps us in execution. Okay, first and foremost, what we're going to do is we're going to initialize the graph with the state schema. Okay, so initialize the graph with state schema. Okay, this basically ensures that all the nodes will adhere to the video audit state. So what we'll do is I'll create a workflow here. Okay, and inside the state graph I'll just call this particular state, okay, which is, we'll make sure that every node in our LangGraph or in our workflow that abides by the video audit state. Okay, once this is done, we're going to add the nodes. Okay, and all right, so what we'll do is we'll just add it to the workflow. So I'll just say workflow.add node, and the indexer node. Okay, I'll take this index video node and I'll call this as indexer node. Similarly, I'll again take workflow.add node and I will take the audit content node and I'll call that as auditor node. Okay, once this is done, what we're going to do is we're going to define the edges. And what are the edges? Edges are nothing but the connections between the two nodes, right? And edges will define which nodes to execute, right? But I think before that, we also need what we'll do, one thing is, before adding the edges, let's do one thing. Let us also define the entry point. Okay, entry point as in from where do we want our graph to start. Okay, so let's say we'll keep that as indexer node. Okay, so I'll just say workflow.set entry point and I'll set this to the indexer node. And now let us define edges. So in workflow, I'll just do add.edge and I'll add the edge between indexer and auditor. Okay, which means first the indexer node will work, then the indexer node will pass the state to the auditor node, and then the auditor node will work. So it is kind of linear in fashion. Okay, all right, and then what I'll do is so once the audit is complete, the workflow ends, right? As simple as that. So I'll just say workflow.add edge. Okay, I'll say workflow.add edge, and then from auditor it will end. Okay, so after workflow it is from indexer it will go to auditor, and then from auditor it will end the graph. Okay, and after this what we'll do is we will basically compile the graph. Okay, so I'll just say workflow dot compile. Okay, and what this will do is this will compile the graph, and what will we return? We'll return the app, which is nothing but the compiled object. And then what we'll do is we'll basically expose this runnable app. Okay, by import API, by the import, I mean import by the API, CLI, whatever. So I'm going to just call the function that we have created here. We basically going to invoke this function and store this in app variable. Okay, so this is a simple code that we are going to define for workflow, wherein we are building or we are bringing everything together. Okay, now if you look at this thing called as state graph, now state graph is actually the main tool from LangGraph that is used to build stateful workflows. Now please understand, LangGraph is stateful, right? Which means the entire state gets shared across the entire workflow, right? As simple as that. And when I say end is nothing but it is basically, you can think of this as a special marker that tells the graph that the work is done and the graph needs to be finished here. Okay, video audit state is nothing but, I mean, if you can recall, we have already defined this earlier, and these are the two nodes that we will be using. Okay, we start with a function called as create graph. You can also think of this as a graph constructor or something, and what it does is basically it creates a new empty graph object which is called as workflow. Okay, that is what we're going to do here, and this basically enforces. Now what you have done here, This is basically enforces some strict data rules. Okay, it basically tells the graph that every node in this workflow, okay, every node, which is which node, the auditor node and the indexer node. So every node in the workflow must accept and return the data that matches the video audit structure. Okay, and if the node tries to return some random data, the graph will throw an error, as simple as that. Okay. Then to the workflow, we add both of these nodes and we give them this nicknames. Okay, the indexer and the auditor. All right, and from now on, once we have defined this, from now on, basically, the graph doesn't care about the complex Python function names. It basically refers to indexer function as indexer node and audit content node function as auditor, as simple as that. Okay. And then we define entry point. Entry point is basically when, so basically it basically means that when my graph will start running, it will first run the indexer node, and that is nothing but set entry point. Okay, so every graph needs a clear beginning, right? Without this, the system would not know which function to trigger first, and this is that beginning. Okay, then what we're going to do is we're going to add an edge. Okay, edge, if you see, this is nothing but a direct path that we're creating. Okay, this basically says that immediately once you are done with the indexer, okay, you send the data to auditor, and once the data is sent to the auditor, once the entire process is done, you stop or you end the graph. Okay, and this basically automates the handoff, right? So you don't need to write the code manually to pass the transcript from one function to the another, right? The graph will handle this data transfer automatically by using the edge. So data will be transferred from indexer to auditor, then from audit, after auditor, it will basically end the graph, as simple as that. Okay, and this is where you kind of finish it. Okay, finally, what do? We are going to compile the graph. Okay, and we return the app. So workflow.compile, where we compile the entire workflow and we return it. This basically takes all the definitions or whatever we have created above, which is nodes, edges, states, all of that, and it will freeze into a runnable application. That is what it will do. All right. So workflow, this thing that you see, workflow, it is just a plan. You can think of this as a draft or a plan, a simple plan. Okay, app is an executable item or an executable machine, which means when we compile that project, then it becomes something that can be executed. Okay, or something we can run. Okay, and dot compile will check for errors. It will check for disconnected nodes, and it basically prepares the graph to run. All right, and then finally, what do? We basically run the function just how we have defined, and that saves the result in the app variable. Okay, and yeah, so basically this is the variable that we are going to, whether that will be importing in server.py file and main.py file. Okay, so this is the workflow module that we have created for, or the graph module that we have created for the LangGraph. All right. Okay, now let's proceed with the next part. All right. Now here what we're going to do is the next part. So we are done with the graph part, guys. So we have successfully built the components for the LangGraph, which is node, state, and workflow. Now in scripts, we are going to create a file called as, or I think we've already created index.documents.py, and let us write this code. Okay, where, see, the thing is we have PDFs, right? And those PDFs now need to be splitted. They now need to be chunked, and because unless and until they are not chunked and they're not vectorized and stored in the vector database, how can we search, right? How can we search for the compliance rules? And that is what we are going to do in index documents. So let us get started. Okay, all right, so firstly we'll be importing OS. After importing OS, I'll be importing glob, which will help us read the file or access the PDF file that we have. I'm going to import logging. Okay, and then from .env, I'm going to import load underscore .env, and then I'm just going to pass override as true. Okay, then what I'll do is I'll define document loaders and splitters. Okay, so from langchain underscore community dot document loaders, which will help us create document objects, I'm going to import PyPDF loader, which will help me work with the PDF files. Okay, then what we're going to do is from langchain text splitters. Okay, I'm going to import recursive character text splitter. Okay, this is going to split my text basis the let's say spaces or whichever special characters are there, right? Not special characters, not special characters, but when there is a space, when there is a line break, basis that it will split the text. Okay, then I also need to import the Azure components, right? In order to import the Azure components, what we'll do is from langchain underscore OpenAI, we're going to import Azure OpenAI Embeddings. Okay, and then we are also going to from langchain underscore community dot vector stores, we are going to import Azure Search. Okay, all right, I think this is what we know as of now. All right, then what we'll do is we will basically set up logging and config, right? So I'll just say logging dot basic config. In here I'll pass the level, which is, let's say, logging dot info. All right, and then I'll pass the format. Okay, and this format is nothing but the format that we want our logging to happen, right? So this is the standard format. You can just get this from any documentation or anything. Yeah, so basically this is how it is written, right? Percentage, and then you have the level name. Okay, and then you have a message. Yeah, all right, so we're going to do the logging part, and slowly and steadily once we are done, so as again we'll do the same thing. We'll go through the code. Okay, I'll keep on explaining you, and then once we're done writing the code, then we'll go end-to-end explanation. Okay, that is what we're going to do. And then we create the logger object. So I'll just say logging dot get logger, and inside this I'll, let's say, call indexer. Okay, so we'll be logging under the indexer tag. Yeah, and now I'll create a function called as index documents. Okay, or index docs. What this will do is that it will basically read the PDFs. Okay, it reads the PDFs, the PDFs that you pass from the backend or from the data directory. It chunks them and it will basically upload them to Azure AI Search, which is the knowledge base, right, where we'll get everything vectorized. Okay, and now what we'll do is we'll define the paths. Okay, and what we'll do is we will look for data folder. Okay, which is relative to this scripts location. Okay, so in place of current directory, so what I'll do is I'll just pass this path. I'll say os dot path dot directory name, and then I'll take the absolute path as well. Okay, and in here I'll pass this. So what this will do is we are just passing the file paths for the current directory and the data folder. If you see here, we have this data folder also, right? And the data folder contains the two PDFs, and these are the two PDFs that we're going to chunk and we're going to upload to the Azure AI Search. Okay, after this I'm going to create a variable called as data folder. Okay, and in data folder I'm going to join the path of current directory. Okay, and with the I'm going to access this from backend data. So if you see here, right, in backend, in data, will be able, in the data folder, will be able to access the PDF files. Okay, that is what we have defined here. Now we're going to check for the environment variables. Okay, so I'll just write here check on the environment variables. So firstly, I'll just put logger.info. Okay, I'll just put a kind of a breaker line in between, and then I'll just say logger.info. Okay, and in logger.info, what will happen is, okay, just give me a minute. I think something got started. Yeah, so we don't want this. Okay, all right. So in logger.info, okay, first and foremost, we'll do the environment configuration check. Okay, if all the environment variables are correct or not. Okay, so we're just going to log them. First and foremost, we're going to look at the Azure OpenAI endpoint. Okay, and we're going to get it from where? We're going to just say os.getEnv. Okay, and from getEnv, we are going to get the Azure OpenAI endpoint. I'll just paste it here. Okay. All right. This looks great. Now I'll just kind of paste it 2, 3, 4, 5 times unless and until we have every service. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay. So after Azure OpenAI endpoint, I want Azure OpenAI API version. All right. And OpenAI API version, and I'll pass it here. So we also want this one, which is Azure OpenAI API version. And then I want to check on the embedding deployment. Okay. And for the embedding deployment, what I'll do is in here, I'll pass Azure OpenAI embedding deployment. Okay. And after this, I'll also pass the name of the embedding model, which is what? Text embedding 3 small. This is the name of the embedding model, right? All right. After the embedding model, what do we want? We want the Azure search endpoint as well, right? So I'll just replace this with search. Yeah, and this will also get the Azure search endpoint credentials. Okay. After this, we also want the Azure search index name. That is also what we want. And I'll just pass the same here. So these are the things that we will be requiring in the chunking and indexation, all those processes. Okay. And then I'll just kind of do this here again. Yeah. Okay. All right. This looks fine as of now. All right. Now what we'll do is once we are done defining here, we're going to validate the required environment variables. Okay. All right. So now we're just going to pass required variables. And which are the required variables? Obviously, we need the Azure OpenAI endpoint. This is what we need. Yeah. We need this. I just hit a comma. Then what do we need? We need Azure OpenAI. Yeah, we also need Azure OpenAI endpoint, right? So I'll just put it here, Azure, or we'll also take the OpenAI API key. Okay, Azure OpenAI API key. This is what we need. Then what do we need? We need Azure search endpoint. All right. After the search endpoint, we need Azure search API key. All right. After this, we also need the Azure search index name. All right. So these are the required environment variables. Okay. And if there are any missing variables, so we need to flag it, right? So we just need to say for variables in required variables. Okay. So basically what this will do here is get env, and I'll pass the variable. This will basically check if there are the variables that we have defined here. It will check if that is available in the .env file or not, and if it is not there, it will store that in the missing variable. Okay, and if there are any missing variables, then we are going to log that particular error. Okay, we're just going to say missing required environment variables. All right, and here we'll pass the missing variables. Okay, whichever variables are missing, and then we'll again log the error. Okay, and we'll just say please check uh, please check your .env file. Okay, and ensure all the variables are set. All right, and we'll just return. Yeah, that's all. Okay, after this, what we'll do is we will basically initialize the embedding model. Okay, and this basically turns your text into numbers, right? Or text into numbers or vectors, whatever. Okay, all right, and this must match the model that you have defined in Azure AI Foundry. Okay, so make sure that it matches with Azure AI Foundry, whatever you have put. Okay, so firstly, I'll just say logger.info. Okay, and I'll just say initializing Azure OpenAI Embeddings. Okay, this is what I'll initialize. Okay, once this is done, it will read for those embeddings. Okay, I'll call the Azure OpenAI Embeddings, and in here I'll create a variable called as Azure deployment. Okay, and in here I'll pass this one, which is this particular thing, wherein we will just pass, we want the credentials to be taken from here, which is os.getEnv. We want we wanted to access the name of the embedding model. Yeah, that is what we want. Okay, and after this I also want the endpoint, right? So I'll just create a variable called as Azure endpoint. I'll just say os.getEnv, and again here I'll pass Azure OpenAI endpoint. Okay, after this I'll pass the API key. Okay, and in the API key I'll again pass os.getEnv. Okay, and in here I'll so in API, okay, what is happening? Okay, just give me a minute. I think I'm clicking something by mistake. Yeah, so in API key, so obviously we'll be just passing the Azure OpenAI API key. Okay, and then the OpenAI API version. Okay, and this I'll just get it from here. Okay, where do I get? Have I defined it? Yes. Okay, I'll define it from here. No, I just want this one. Yeah. Yeah, this is fine. And if not, then we'll take the version as what? We'll take the version as this one, which is 2024 0201. This version will take. Okay, all right, this looks good. Okay, and now what we're going to do is we're going to do logger.info. Okay, and in here I'll just say that embeddings model is initialized successfully, which means whatever was required, right? Whichever variables were required to embed or convert the text into embedding vectors, we have successfully accessed that and the things are done. Okay, and after try I'll just pass the exception block as well. So accept exception as E, and I'll just log the error if I get any. Okay, I'll just say failed to initialize embeddings. Okay, and then we'll just pass the error, and then again I'll say logger.error. I'll just say please verify your Azure OpenAI deployment name and endpoint. All right, looks good. And yeah, just going to return the same thing. Yeah. All right, now what we'll do is we initialize the Azure search. Okay, that is what we're going to initialize. We're going to do the same thing now. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll just copy paste the same try except block here and just made the required changes. Okay, so here what we'll do is instead of initializing Azure OpenAI embeddings, we'll say initializing Azure AI Search vector store. Okay, that is what it will be initializing. Okay, and for this we'll be needing different things. Okay, for we don't need Azure deployment, we need the Azure search endpoint. First and foremost, we'll be needing that. So instead of this thing, I'll just remove this. Okay, and I'll replace this with Azure search endpoint. Okay, after that we need Azure search key. Okay, we don't want that, we need Azure search key, and in here I'll just pass Azure search API key. All right, and then in here I'll just pass index name. Okay, this index name is the same index name that you have defined inside the .env variables. Yeah, so nothing changes in here. So index name equals to index name, and then embedding function, I'll just remove this. Okay, so embedding function equals to embeddings dot embed query. All right, this looks fine. Okay. All right, I think as of now this pretty much looks fine. Okay, and then in just exception we need to change, so it will say fail to initialize Azure search. Okay, and we'll just say please verify your Azure search endpoint. Okay, API key and the index name. That is what we're going to put here, and we're going to return the same thing. Okay, all right, so we are done till here. I think this is, I'll just put this try in this line. Yeah, okay, I think it looks fine now. Okay, all right, this looks good. And now what we're going to do is Azure search is done. Azure search vector store, I think this looks fine. And okay, embeddings.embed query, and here, okay, here I need to change, right? So I need to write, I'll just say vector store initialized for the index, and which index will take the index name here as well. Okay. Okay, I'll just put a f string also here. Yeah, I think this looks better as of now. Okay. All right, now what we're going to do is we're going to find the PDF files, right? So once we are done till here, we need to find the PDF files, right? Because that is what will get vectorized, right? So I'll just say find PDF files. So I'll create a variable called as PDF files, and I'll say glob. Okay, and then I'll just pass the path in here from where it needs to read the file, which is data folder, and it will search explicitly for a variable or a file name that ends with PDF. Okay, and it will extract the PDFs. If there are no PDF files, if it does not find any PDF files, first and foremost we're going to log it. Okay, so we're going to say logger.warning, and we'll just say no PDFs found in the data folder. Okay, so please add files. All right, so obviously if there are no PDFs, then we need to do this thing, right? And if we find the PDF files, we also need to see how many PDF, we also need to log how many PDF files we found, right? So we'll just say logger.info and we'll just pass in how many files were found. So I'll just say found. I'll apply a len function simply on the PDF files. It will exactly tell me how many PDF files were passed or found, right? So we found these many PDFs to process. Okay. And then I'll just take the base name also. Okay. And just apply a simple list comprehension. Okay. So I'll just say yeah. So for f in PDF files, okay, it will take the base name of that particular file, and these many files we have gotten to process as of now. Okay. All right. Now what we'll do is we'll create a empty list called as all splits, and this is where we'll be storing our chunks. Okay. And if you know, right, chunks are important. Your documents are chunked. Okay, and then the entire vector, all of the process happens later, right? So we need to process each PDF, okay, that we have right now. Okay. So I'll just say for PDF path in PDF files, okay. Firstly, we'll try to, okay, I think there's an issue. All right. So first and foremost, I'll just try to perform logging. I'll just say loading, which means it will start loading the PDF files. Okay. I'll just say base name. So base name is like whichever PDF files we are extracting. So it will take that. Okay. And yeah, so firstly it will start loading the files. Okay, and then we'll create the loader object, okay, wherein we'll pass all the PDF files that we have, we'll pass them through the PyPDF loader and we'll create the loader object. Once we have created the okay, we'll perform loader, and this is where we'll create the loader object with loader.load. Okay. Once we have loaded this, now we'll do the chunking strategy. Okay. In chunking strategy, I'll firstly use the recursive character text splitter, and in recursive character text splitter, I'll give the chunk size as 1000 and I'll keep the chunk overlap as, let's say, 200. This is what I'm going to, this is the text splitter and this is the chunking strategy. So I need a single chunk of 1000 characters. Okay, and then I'll use text splitter dot split documents. Okay, and I'll pass those document objects. Okay, those raw docs that are created here, those document objects. Okay, we're going to perform apply text splitting and we're going to store this in splits. Okay, so here we'll be basically having all the chunks. Okay, and now what I'll do is I'll kind of apply a for loop on these splits. Okay, and then from every, I'll just place split dot metadata. Okay, we are going to take the source. Okay, and we'll just say os dot path dot base name and PDF path. So this is nothing but the metadata, right? So if I look at the source is nothing but from where, what is the name of the file from where we have got it. That is basically the source of the file. Okay, and whatever splits we are getting, we need to extend. We need to add all of them, right? So we don't do appending here. We can extend, right? So we'll just say all splits dot extend. Okay, and we're just going to extend all these splits above. We're going to append all of them and we're just going to log the same. Okay, so I'll just say logger.info. Okay, and I'll say it was splitted into the length of chunks. So we also need to know how many chunks were created, right, of the PDFs. Yeah, so these many chunks were created. All right, sorry, not chunks, they should be splits. Okay, all right. Okay, so this is the try, and if you see again, it is going to apply, it is going to load, then it is going to perform text splitting, then it is going to upload the chunks, and then what we'll do is we're going to write except exception as E. Okay, and then I'll again log the error. Okay, and what we'll do is we'll say failed to process. Okay, we'll take the PDF path. All right. And if there's an error, it will also say that at that particular PDF path, what was the error that we got. Once we have created the splits or the chunks, we need to upload that to Azure, right? So upload to Azure now. All right. So if all the splits, so if we now have all the splits, we are going to do logger.info, where we are going to basically upload all the splits. So we're going to take the length of all the splits. So how many splits are available, right? We're going to take all of those. Okay. So we'll see that we are basically uploading all these chunks to Azure AI Search Index. All right. And we'll also pass the index name. Okay. All right. This looks fine. Okay. And now what we'll do is we'll apply a try here. Okay. So I'll say try. Okay. So basically, when it comes to your Azure search, it accepts the batches automatically. So Azure search accepts batches automatically via this method that we're going to define. Okay, now, all right. So first and foremost, we're going to say vector underscore store dot add underscore documents. Okay. And which all documents do we want to add to the vector store? Nothing but all the splits that we have created. So we'll be basically taking all the splits and we'll be adding them to the vector store. Okay. And then we'll log it. Okay. So I'll just put it here. Yeah. So we're going to log it. After that, we're going to say logger.info. Okay. We're going to say indexing complete. Okay. Once this is done, indexing complete, knowledge base is ready. All right. Now, once this is done, what we're going to do is we're also going to log the chunks, right? So we also need to understand how many chunks were created or chunks were indexed. I won't say created, how many were indexed, right? That is nothing but the length of all the splits. So these many chunks got indexed. Okay. After this, I'll again just put this one. Yeah. Okay. And I'll just put an exception here. So except exception as E. Okay. And then I'll just put logger dot error. Okay. And then I'll just say failed to upload the documents to Azure search. Okay, and it will also show what error did we get. And then we'll just say logger.error. Okay, and it will again say please check the Azure search configuration and try again. Okay, that is what it will tell us. Okay, all right. This is fine. This is fine. So if this will happen, then okay. Else what we'll do? We'll just put a warning. Okay, logger dot warning that no documents were processed. Okay, and we'll just put this in the end. Okay, so if yeah, the standard one. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. And we'll just say index docs. Oh, not this one. Sorry. Yeah. I think this has to be in line with the function. Sorry. Yeah, correct. I'll just pass in here index docs. All right. Okay. All right. It looks fine to me right now. All right. Okay. So we have successfully created the index documents code. You can see it was a bit on the heavier side, right? It was too much. But yeah, this is, all these things are, important, if you are typically working or performing indexing, right? Okay. All right. So if you look closely, yeah, there are a lot many things happening. Okay. So first and foremost, we'll be using glob, right? Glob will be helping us to find the files required on our computer on our in our local directory. We're also using PyPDF loader. It's a you can think of this as a specialized library that can open and read the PDF files. Okay. A recursive character text splitter, you can think of something that cuts or chunks or splits your text into small portions. Okay. Obviously, because AI cannot read everything at once, right? We need to send chunks, right? And obviously, the embeddings and vector stores is something that you already know about it, right? Okay. After this, we're going to create a function called as index documents. Okay. And this function basically calculates where, as in our case, in backend in data folder, where exactly the folder is, no matter where you run the script from, right? That is what this will do. It will search for the paths. Okay. After that, we have just basically passed which all required variables do we want, and just going to this is just going to look for all the required endpoints, and it is going to show the required variables. Okay. All right. Uh, After this, I think the important part is, this is fine. We're just going to, this is a simple part, where you're just trying to look for the credentials in the .env variables. Okay. This is where you start looking for the PDF files, right? It basically scans through your data folder and looks or creates a list of every file that ends in .pdf. Okay. Um, all right, this is what it does. Okay. And then basically we're going to iterate over every PDF file that is available in that PDF path. Okay. And then we're going to create chunks. Okay. If you see here, we're going to create chunks by applying the recursive character text splitter. Obviously, we're going to load that PDF. We're going to create the document objects. And once we have created the document objects, we're going to split. We're going to split basis the chunk size of 1000 and overlap of 200 to maintain the contextual understanding, right? All right. And after this, so if I look at this one, right? So what it does, okay, so it stamps each chunk with the file name. So every chunk that you will create, every chunk will have the file name or the PDF from which the chunk was created. All right. So basically, this will help the AI understand where it found the answer. For example, it found it in the compliance document on page number 5, all of that. Okay. And after this, we are just going to upload all the splits to Azure, right? That is what we're going to do here. Yeah. It basically sends all the prepared chunks to Azure AI Search, and Azure is now going to receive the text. It is going to use the embedding model to convert that into numbers, and it is going to search. It is going to save it in a searchable index, right? So that is what it is going to. That is what this indexing is going to do. All right. So yeah, so that was about the indexing documents code. Yeah. Again, you can see we are trying to look at the every nitty gritty, right? We are trying to write the code in such finesse that we kind of really think that this is some production grade application. Okay. All right, let's move to the next part. Okay, and in the next part, we will define the video indexer part as well. All right, let's move to the next part. Okay, all right, everyone. So, guys, till now, what we have done is we have done the index documents code, where we got an understanding that what this is going to this is where your PDF gets uploaded. Then there is text splitting that is happening, and documents are getting indexed. We have this idea by now, yes. So till here you have your chunking ready. You have all the splits being uploaded to Azure. You have done all of that as of now. All right. The next part that we're interested in in services directory, we have something called as video indexer. And as of now, let us try and build video indexer. Okay. So firstly, what is video indexer per se? Okay. Now you can think of video indexer as a connector. Okay. Why I'm calling it as a connector? Because it basically bridges the gap between your Python code and Azure cloud where the video indexer lives. So this is like a connector between Python and your Azure video indexer. All right. Okay. Now, first and foremost, what we'll do is we'll start with the standard, importing of libraries. I'll start with importing OS. I'll import time. I'll import logging. I will import requests. Then I'll import something called as YTDLP. YTDLP basically helps you download the YouTube video. Okay. And then from Azure.identity, okay, you import something called as default Azure credential. All right. These are just, some security measures that we typically take when we work with Azure. Okay. And then obviously we're calling the favorite logger. Yeah. So logging dot get logger, and we're going to log it under the term called as video indexer. Now what I'll do is I'll first and foremost create a class called as video indexer service. Okay. All right, guys. So we'll do the same thing again. We'll try to script the code once, and then we'll get a high level understanding of what the code is about. Okay. So first and foremost in this, let's create a class, and in this class, let us try to pass in it takes in certain parameters. Okay, it takes the account ID. Okay, and account ID as in it takes the Azure VI account ID, right? So this is something that we have already passed in our .env variables, right? After this, it will take location. We have also set the location already. Yeah. So we'll just say os.getEnv, and we're going to pass Azure VI location. After this, it is going to take the subscription ID as well. Yeah. And subscription ID is also something that we have already passed in our Azure, in our .env variable, subscription ID, right? After this, we can also take the resource group. So self dot resource underscore group, okay, equal to os dot get env Azure resource group. Okay. And after that, we can also take self dot vi name, right, which is nothing but your name of your video index, right? So I'm going to call it Azure VI name, and in our case the name is what, if you can recall, we had given the name as Project Guardian. Now I have given Project Guardian 001. In your case, you have to check what name you had given. Okay, and just make sure that you put the same. All right, and I'll just put my self credential to, I'll just initialize default Azure credential here. Okay. Now in video indexer service, there is actually also, a layer of security that we need to build, and that is called as this self access this is access token. Okay. Now, what we need to do is we need to, in this case, okay, typically Azure, this is actually authentication. Okay. Azure typically has two layers of security. Okay, this is where we get something called as an ARM token. Okay, It is like, it basically asks your Azure management system that, hey, you know what, I have logged into the VS Code. Can you temporarily pass to prove who I am? Okay, it's like an authentication. Okay, and once this is done, you get the we create one more function called as get account token, and it basically takes the pass from here. Okay, and walks over to that specific video indexer, and your Python will say that, hey, you know what, now I have proved who I am, and now give this key to the specific account. So basically we are connecting, we are creating a security layer between VS Code and the Azure Video Indexer. Okay, basically this code that we are writing, this gives you permission to edit the specific project. It's like an authorization. Okay, now this is just a simple code that we generally write. Okay, all right, so let's get it here. So I would say generates an ARM. Now please don't worry if you don't understand this code. This code is generally available. Okay, so these are just 2 lines of security layer. You can directly copy paste it, don't worry. Okay, without this, you won't be able to establish a connection between your Python or VS Code and Azure VI Indexer. Okay, or you won't be able to communicate with it, as simple as that. All right, so I'll be putting try, and then I'll create a variable called as token object, and then I'll say self.credential.get token, and for get token, what I'll do is I'll pass a link here. Okay, https management.azure.com. Yeah, this is where it gets the access token from. All right, and then it returns what? It returns token object dot token. All right, it returns the token. We'll create an exception. Okay, if there is any error, if you are unable to generate the token, okay, then we'll just say failed to get Azure token, and I'll put E. Okay, and I'll raise it. Cool. And after this, once the token is generated, we need to pass that token, right? So this is where we'll receive the account token. Okay, the ARM access token. Okay, the ARM access token will be received here. Okay, now this what happens here is basically this exchanges the ARM token. I would say exchanges the ARM token for video indexer account team. Okay, so this token, it will generate the token, and now it will take this token and pass this token to video indexer. Yeah, so that you can now integrate or work around with indexer. Okay, now in here, what we typically do is that there are certain things that we pass. There are some URLs that need to be passed. Okay, then along with URLs, then there are some headers, then payloads, all of that. Okay, I would suggest you directly copy paste. Don't really think over it. These are just layers of security. These codes are directly available. You just have to make sure you integrate that. Okay, so I'll just pass a bunch of URLs in here. In fact, I have those URLs. Let me just copy paste it. Yeah, as I said, these are ready-made codes. Yeah, these are just layers of security. Okay, so these are the URLs. Typically where your tokens get exchanged. Okay, firstly I'll also pass headers. Okay, I'll just say authorization. Okay, and then I'll say bearer ARM access token. So it takes at the authorization level, it takes the ARM access token. Payload, it at payload level, it takes the permission type. The permission here is that of a contributor, right? And the scope here is that of account. Okay, after this, we'll store our response in requests dot post URL. Okay. Yeah, now we'll be sending our request, right? So headers equals to headers, and payload, we want it in JSON format, the payload that we have defined above. Okay. Now if the response status, okay, or status code is not equal to 200, which means if it is not working, if the response is not working, then what do we do is we raise an exception, right? So raise exception, and what do we raise the exception as? We say failed to get the VI account token. Okay, and we'll also print what is the response text here. All right, and response, just a minute, response text. No, sorry. Yeah, this is better. Okay, and yeah, else we'll just return the response in JSON. Okay, where we'll be fetching the access token. Okay, see, these are just layers of security that we had written. Okay, a token will be generated, then the token, this is where you'll be basically pasting your token, putting your token, and you'll be basically getting all these credentials. Okay, you'll be hitting to this particular URL with your access tokens. Okay, and yeah, if you don't get the access token, or an error will be generated, else you will get the access token. All right, now what we'll do is we will now create a function, okay, to download the YouTube video. Okay, see, the user is going to paste a YouTube URL, right? And once the user pastes the YouTube URL, we need to download that temporarily, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a function called as download YouTube video. Okay, I'm going to pass in self, I'm going to pass in URL, I'm going to pass in output path. Okay, and I want to store that video as temp video dot mp4. And if you can recall, this video later gets uploaded, right, to search, sorry, Azure blob storage, and then my video indexer will fetch this video from blob storage, correct? So what this function does is basically it downloads the YouTube video to a local file. Okay, as simple as that. So wait, what happened? Okay, downloads the YouTube video to a local file. All right, and we'll also log it. So we'll say logger.info. Okay, and I'll say downloading YouTube video. Okay, and paste in the, and here goes the URL. All right, and then there are some YDL options as well. Okay, so basically when it comes to the video, the format has to be this one, right? The force mp4 format. So this is what we need to define. These are just some things that we need to define in here. Okay, you might ask, do we have to kind of remember all of this? No, see, these codes are available, okay, on the documentation page, etc. Okay, and that is where you can just get it. Okay, and then we'll also put quite equals to true, not equals to, sorry. Yeah, okay, and I'll put overrides equals to true. Yeah, so if someone pastes, changes, let's say if I create, if I put a URL and then it's late, after that I replace that URL, so I'm going to override that. Okay, so that a new video gets downloaded or temporarily stored. All right, now what we'll do is we will ask the YTDLP that we have to download the video. Okay, using what? Using something called YouTube DL. we will pass these formats or whatever parameters that we have passed. We're going to pass them here. Okay, this is typically where we open the video. Okay, or I would say not open the video, open the URL. Okay, so you're going to open the URL. Okay, and then what we'll do is we'll download that URL. When I say download that URL, it means download the video from URL. Okay, and then once this is done, we'll just say logger.info download complete. Okay, all right, and then what I'll do is I'll return the output path. Okay, and then what I'll do is we'll pass an exception here. I will raise the exception. If it is unable to do that, so we'll just say YouTube video download failed, and then we'll also pass the error, right? What was the error exactly? Okay, all right, now once we have downloaded the video, we need to upload the local file, which means we need to upload the video to Azure Video Indexer, right? So here we have downloaded the YouTube video. Now we need to upload it to Azure Video Indexer, correct? So I'll just put it here. Upload the video to Azure Video Indexer, right? So we'll create a function. I'll call that function as upload video. Okay, and it takes in the video path. All right, and it also takes in the video name, correct? And first and foremost, it also needs the ARM token, right? The ARM token that we had generated in the earlier function, and we'll take the token here. Okay, we'll also take so we'll also get the account token. Okay, and in here we'll just pass the ARM token. All right, and we'll kind of store that as VI token. Okay, and then I also need to pass the API URL. Okay, now the API URL, this is basically from where we are going to access, or rather where we're going to upload the video. This is where you will be you can think of this as an endpoint where you will be able to access the uploaded video. Okay, so the link goes something like http api dot video indexer dot ai. Okay, and then it takes the location, and after the location then there's accounts, and then it also takes the account ID. Okay, and videos, right? So this is typically where you will be able to access the uploaded video. Okay, and what are the parameters? The parameters are firstly the access token. Okay, and your access token is nothing but the VI token. Okay, the virtual index token. Then name is nothing but the video name. All right, then we have the privacy. Okay, so we'll keep the privacy as private. We don't yeah, so I think this is self-explanatory. And then we'll keep the indexing preset as default, right? So yeah, okay, fine, this looks good. Now what we're going to do is we'll just say logger.info. Okay, and we'll say uploading the file. Okay, uploading the file which is at this video path, okay, to Azure. All right, so whatever we have downloaded, we are now going to upload it. Okay, now what we'll do is we will open the file in binary mode and stream it on Azure. Okay, in simple terms, you can think of this like you are opening the video and kind of accessing it on Azure, as simple as that. Okay, so now we are not accessing the video on local, we are now able to access the video on Azure. Okay, so here we are opening the video file. Okay, and then we'll say which file, file as in the video file that we have. Okay, and then we'll just kind of say requests.post. Okay, we will hit the API URL, the API URL link that we have created here. We will open the video and we will stream it here, which means we'll kind of push it there. Or we not push it there, I would say we'll see if we are able to access it from there. Okay, and then files equals to files. All right, okay, looks good. Now let's say, what if we are unable to access? Okay, this should be params. Okay, now let's say, what if we are able to we are unable to access, right? Which means the response dot status code is not equal to 200. Then what we'll do is we'll raise an exception. Okay, and we'll say that Azure upload failed. Okay, and we'll also put response dot text. Some issue happened, right? So we are trying to open the video and we are trying to upload it here, right? We are trying to see if we are able to upload, but let's say if it does not happen, then will be facing an error here. All right, and now what will happen is we'll kind of wait for processing. Okay, see, the thing is, all this processing is happening, right? So what we'll do is we'll create a function called as wait for processing. All right, and in here it takes the video ID. Okay, so first and foremost, we'll just say logger.info. Okay, waiting for the video, which means the video ID, okay, to process. Obviously, so many things are happening, you need to wait for the processing to happen. Which processing? It's basically the uploading of this video to the Azure Video Indexer. So this is basically the waiting code that we are writing. Okay, so as long as this is happening, it will keep on accessing the ARM token, right? Unless and until it does not get the ARM token, it will keep on hitting, right? So we'll just self dot get account token. Yeah, and this takes in the ARM token, right? So it will keep on hitting or searching for the ARM token, because unless and until it does not get the ARM token, it won't be able to push this video in the VI indexer. All right, so all right, so what will happen is it will keep on looking for the URL. Okay, or rather it will keep on hitting this URL, right? Which URL? This URL that we have pasted here. So I'll just copy paste this as it is. Yeah, and which parameters? The access token, which is nothing but the VI token. Okay, and then it will keep on hitting, right? So it will keep on checking if a response is getting generated or not, right? Params equals to params. It will look for those parameters and then it will generate the response in JSON, whatever response you get. Okay, now what will happen is, because we are using LangGraph, we will be getting the data from that particular state, which is JSON. Okay, now if the state is equal to processed, okay, then we're going to return the data, which means if everything gets processed, we are going to return the output. Let's say if the state is failed, okay, then we're going to raise an exception. Okay, and we're going to say that the video indexing failed in Azure. All right. Elif the state is equal to quarantined. If the state comes out at quarantine, which means we're again going to raise an exception, okay, which means video quarantined. And what is quarantine? Now, let's say if there is some copyright or content policy violation. So if there is a copyright or content policy violation, then it gets quarantined. Okay. All right. And after this, what we'll do is we will be logging again. Yeah. So I'm just going to say logger.info. Yeah. And we'll look for status. Okay. And at which state right now it is. Okay. So we'll see like status, whatever status it is, status failed or status processed or status quarantine, whatever, and we'll wait for 30 seconds. So I'll just say waiting 30 seconds. Yeah. So we're going to give a 30-second processing time. Okay. And if this does not work out in 30 seconds, we're just going to put it to sleep. Okay. All right. The next and the last part that we're going to do is see if things work fine, right? We're going to download the video, then we're going to upload the video to Azure Video Indexer, and then we're going to wait for the processing to happen. It is going to go through different states across 30 seconds. And let's say if the state gets processed, which means everything works fine, your video gets uploaded to Azure Video Indexer, then it is going to return some data, right? Now, when we get the data, see the data that it will return is going to be in JSON format, correct? So we need to parse this JSON format into our state format, okay? Which means basically we want to return it in such a way that what we have defined earlier, right? We want the transcript, we want the OCR text, we want the video metadata, all of that, right? So what we're going to do is we are going to extract only that data correctly, which is important to us or which is what we want. Okay. So let us create a function called as, I think this is where we write the function, right? Yeah. We'll create a function called as extract data. Okay. And in here, I will pass the JSON, right? So we want the output in JSON. So what does it do? It basically parses the JSON into our state format. This is what it does. Okay. Now, first and foremost, what I'll do is I'll create an empty list called as transcript lines. Okay. And then I'll iterate over the vi JSON dot get. So what I'll do is I'll firstly get the videos. If nothing, then I'll just push in the empty list. Okay. Now again, what I'll do is I'll iterate over insights in. Now don't worry, slowly and steadily we'll get an idea what we are doing. Okay. Insights. If there are no insights, then empty list. I would say this one. Insights like this. Okay. Dot get. And what does it get? It gets the transcript. And if it does not get the transcript, then again empty list. And transcript dot or transcript underscore lines dot append. Okay. Insight dot get text. Okay. So now basically if you just come till here, it might look a bit tricky. Okay. Now what is happening is basically your Azure returns a massive JSON file with thousands of lines, every timestamp, every phase coordination, everything. See, we don't need all of that. Okay. What this script will do is that it digs into the JSON file. Okay. To transcript section. Okay. So it will take that entire JSON file. Okay. And it will dig into the JSON section to find the transcripts. Okay. It will only find transcript. You can see here, get transcript. So from the entire JSON file, we only want the transcript. Okay. and then we will be basically taking all of that text sentences. So transcript is what? It's text. We'll be taking all of that text and we'll be appending to transcript lines, which is the empty list that we have created. Okay, so in simple terms, massive JSON data gets created. We don't want all of that. We only want the text, and that is the reason we are passing it here. Okay, so we go, yeah, I think that is pretty much it. And along with this, what we'll also do is, yeah, we also need to take the OCR, right? So we'll extract the text, which is text from the transcript. See, we are extracting the text from the transcript, but we also need OCR, right? The text that appears on the screen, right? So we're again going to do for v in we're again going to dig through that JSON format. We're again going to dig through all the videos that we have, and what we are going to do is, for insights in v.get, we're going to get the insights, but rather what we are interested in, we are interested in the OCR, which means the screen that is available, the text that is available on the screen. That is what we are interested in. Okay, and we'll extract that text. Okay, and what we'll do is we'll just append that text to OCR lines, right? Because now we have the transcript, which is what the actors have spoken in that particular advertisement, and then we also have the text, right, which was appeared on the screen. Okay, and finally, see, this function is massive, right? I mean, it's creating so many things. Firstly, it is going through the entire JSON data that your Azure is creating and only extracting the transcript. Then it again goes through the entire JSON data and only extracts OCR lines, which is the text that appears on the screen. See, there is a lot of Azure metadata that gets generated. We don't want all of that. We only want a few things, and that is what we are doing here. So finally, what are we interested, or what do we want the users to see? Okay, we want the users to, I mean, what, not the users to see, rather what do we want in the end to be extracted? So transcripts is what we want, OCR text is what we want, right? So OCR text is nothing but OCR lines. Okay, this is what we want. I should put a comma here. Yeah, and then some part of video metadata also. There is a lot of video metadata that's get generated. We are not interested in all of it. We are interested in, let's say, duration, because see, many times certain advertisements, let's say there are some YouTube advertisements which strictly need to be between 12 seconds to 15 seconds, and what if the duration is over, of that particular advertisement is over 15 seconds? So that's a duration violation, right? So duration is also important in this case. So what we're going to do is, from the JSON, we are going to create something called as summarized insights. No, it's just yeah, the spelling is right. Summarized insights, and if nothing, then just empty. And what I'm going to do is, I'm going to get the duration. All right, and obviously the platform also, which is what, which has to be YouTube, right? And voila. So guys, this is the video indexer code that we had written, which indexes the video and which performs so many things. Now this code might be a bit heavier at the start, but slowly and steadily, if you go through this, you will get a better idea what is being done here. Okay, so Azure identity.default credential, it's like the universal key. Okay, it's like basically it automatically finds the best way to log you into Azure, right, using your environment variables. So it is just doing that. Okay, nothing new. This is where we are. This is basically the, you can think of this as the setup phase. Okay, when you use this service, it immediately reads all your env variables, right? And what it does, it, if you see, it also initializes the Azure default credential, right? So that it is ready to log in into your Azure. Yeah, so you can think of this as it is gathering the necessary paperwork, simple terms. Yeah, then you have the two layers of security where the access token gets generated, right? This is basically you are like asking the Azure system that, hey, you know what, the user has logged into Azure code, and can you give me a temporary pass to prove who I am? Okay, so basically this proves your identity. This is like the authentication code. Okay, and this is where you get the access token code. Okay, so it takes the pass from here. You generate the pass, it will take the pass from here. Okay, and it basically goes to the video indexer. Okay, and it goes to the video indexer, and then it will tell to video indexer that, you know what, I have proved who I am, now give me the key to this specific account, and that is what it will do. Okay, so you can see this is where you get the access token. Then you will be downloading the YouTube video, correct? So basically, this function is going to download the YouTube video, right? So Azure Video Indexer cannot directly watch a YouTube link, right? So we must download it first and then send it to Azure manually, if you see, right? Then we need to upload it to Azure Video Indexer, right? And this, when we write the function here, which is upload video, this is just going to do a simple security check to make sure that the keys are fresh. Okay. API URL and parameters, if you check, so this basically prepares the instruction for Azure. Okay. Privacy or private means nobody else can see this video, right? And indexing preset is set to default. This tells the Azure to run the standard analysis. What is standard analysis? Which means look at the face, look at the text, look at the audio, etc. Just how the simple video processing happens. Okay. Then basically we're going to open the video file in the read binary mode. You can see here RB, right, which is raw data, right? See, thing is, the video gets opened into raw mode. Okay, and then if you see requests.post, right, which means it physically uploads the data, in this case the video, to Azure account, in this case Azure Video Indexer, right, to this particular API URL. To this API URL, it will be uploading the video, right? And then this is the waiting time where all the processing is taking place. Okay, and yeah, so if it enters a while loop, yeah, you can see it. If it enters a while loop, it's basically a true infinite loop, right? So it will basically asks Azure, is the video done yet? So it will keep on asking, is the video done, is the video done, etc., etc. Okay, should we, what is the state right now, what is it? So this, it will do the standard processing. This is just going to ensure that your code does not crash, right? By so yeah, that is what we are doing here. And finally we come to the extract data part, where so what happens is, again, Azure returns massive JSON file, right? And that has thousands of lines. It has timestamp, it has face coordinates, it has so many things. We don't want all of that. We are only interested in a few things. Okay, firstly, we are only interested in transcript. So what we say to JSON that, you know what, keep all your information with you. We are only interested in the transcript. What is transcript? It is nothing but, you can think of the script of the video. We are only interested in the script because we want to then cross check it with the policy, right? And so we're going to extract this transcript, okay, which is nothing but the text that is available, and we're going to append it to transcript lines. Similarly, we're also interested in the OCR part. Okay, so again, what we'll do is, this function will again go to or dig into your JSON data to find the OCR, which is optional character recognition text. Okay, sorry, optical. I'm so sorry, optical character recognition text, and it will see which all text is written on the screen. And then finally, what does it return? It returns you a dictionary, right? It basically now turns your raw data into a usable information. That is what it is doing, right? So finally, what is generated? Transcript is generated, OCR text is generated, and in video metadata, duration and platform gets generated. And this is all what is happening at the video processing level. All right. All right, so next, let's go to the next part, where we will be going to the orchestration part, which is the main.py file, We'll build the main.py file and then we will execute it. Yeah, thank you so much. Let's proceed. Okay, all right, everyone. Let's build the main.py file, which will be used for orchestration. And this is typically you can think of this as the main execution entry. Okay, this is typically where, yeah, I can just say for compliance QA pipeline. And this is typically where we'll be triggering our entire code. Okay. All right, so we'll be bringing all the components that we have defined till now, and from here on we are going to execute it. Okay, so I'm going to start with importing UUID. I'll start with importing JSON. I will import logging. Okay, and with that I will also, let's say, import pprint. Okay, so I'll import logging, I'll import pprint. Okay, and I'll import from pprint, which is pretty print, right? So I'll just say from pprint import pretty print. Okay, all right, and then from .env, okay, I will be importing load underscore env. Okay, and then load underscore env, I'll be passing override equals to true. Okay, then from backend, so what we'll do is from backend.src.graph.workflow. Okay, src.graph.workflow, we will be importing app. This is something that we had created in the workflow file, if you can recall. Let us pass the logging as well. Okay, which is level equals to logging.info, right? Yeah, logging.info. And after this also, let's pass the format. I'll just copy paste the format from the previous code here. All right, and okay, after this what we'll just do is we'll just say we'll just do logging dot get logger. Okay, and we'll log it under the name of brand guardian runner. Okay, this is what we're going to log it under. Then what we'll do is we'll write a simple function which will run the entire simulation from the command line interface. Okay, so what this function will do, okay, if I have to explain you in very simple terms, this function basically simulates the video compliance audit request. This is what it does. Okay, so first and foremost, this function is going to generate the session ID. Okay, you can think of this as the unique ID that it is going to generate for every session. Okay, so I'll just say UUID 4. All right, after this I'll just put logger.info and I'll just put here starting audit session. Okay, and pass the session ID in here. All right, now what we'll do is we'll define the initial state. Okay, we'll define the initial state. So what are the initial inputs, or what are the initial level inputs that will go? First, the video URL will go, right? This is the initial level input that will go to the agent. Okay, so we'll be taking the YouTube video, the YouTube video link, right? So it will be youtube.be. Okay, and so okay, actually let me do one thing. Let me pass this link later when we'll actually trigger this pipeline. Then we'll pass. Actually, I was going to pass a sample URL, but let's do one thing. Let's not pass a sample URL. Let's directly pass the brand ad video. Okay, and then we're also going to take the video ID. Okay, and in video ID, what we'll do is we'll create the video ID as we'll take the first 8 characters. Okay, we'll take the first 8 characters, up to 8 characters, and then session ID and then vid. Okay, so we'll come there as to how we generate a video ID. Okay, and then I will just create a variable called as, or it takes not a variable, it takes compliance results. Okay, and after compliance results, I think something has gone off here. So video ID, session ID. This is fine. What is going wrong here? I don't know. Okay, this is not equal to. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Okay. All right. It takes the compliance results and also the errors, right? So these can be the initial inputs. Okay, which are passed. Okay, and basis this, what is going to happen? It is basically going to initialize the workflow, right? So I'll just say initializing workflow. All right, and then we are going to print the input payload. Okay, and this input payload is nothing but, I'll just say json.dumps the initial inputs, and we'll just say indent equals to 2. Okay, so if you have worked on JSON earlier, you might understand this indent and all of that. Okay, so basically whatever input we are getting, we just make sure that this is in JSON format. Okay, it puts that in JSON format. Okay, I'm just going to write a try block. Okay, I'm going to invoke the entire app, which is from the workflow on the initial inputs that are given. And then what we'll do is this will basically say that the workflow execution is complete. Okay, and after this, what we're going to do is we are going to print the compliance audit report. So I'll just write it here, compliance audit report. Okay, and we're just going to print the video ID. Okay, and I'll just say final state dot get. From the final state, it will take the video ID. Okay, and then we'll just take the status as well, or it will not, we will take, it will basically print the status as well. Okay, so I'll just say print status, which is what, final state dot get. Okay, and then I'll just pass the final status here. Okay, all right, once this is done, if there are any violations detected, we need to print it, right? So we'll say print violations are detected. Okay, all right, and then we'll just pass results, and in the results we'll just say final state dot get. Okay, and what do we get? We're going to get the compliance results, or we're going to extract the compliance results. Okay, else nothing. So our results from the final state, we're going to get the compliance results, or it basically gives us an empty string, as simple as that. All right, now, okay, just a minute. All right, now if we take those results, okay, then we'll just apply a for loop. So for issue in results, okay, we are going to print what? We're going to print if we're going to firstly get the severity. Okay, see, the thing is, we want to flag it on various terms, right? So we will take the I would say we'll take the severity. After the severity, I'll take the category. See, whatever, when we get the final output, we want to flag it on certain things, right? And on this, what I'll also do is I'll put a colon and I'll say issue.get description. So these are the final parameters that we are going to get. Okay. Bear with me for a moment, slowly and steadily. Once we go through the explanation, you will kind of get this in more understanding. Okay, so this is the final orchestration. All right, else what we're going to do is we will be printing no violations detected. All right, this is what we are going to print. Okay, finally what we're going to do is we are going to click on accept exception as E. Okay, and all right, what we'll do here is after no violations are detected, we'll also print the final summary. Obviously we need to print that, right? So we need to print the final summary. Okay, And we'll also say print final state dot get will extract the final report from the final state. Okay, and then accept exception as E. We are going to log the error. Okay, if there is any. Okay, so we're going to say that the workflow execution has failed, and then we'll pass and we'll just flag that particular error, whichever error we get, and then we're going to raise the exception. All right. Okay, and then finally, if name, okay, equals to main, okay, then what? Then we're just going to run the CLI simulation. Okay. All right. Okay, guys. So this is your main.py code. So we have successfully built the main.py code, which is going to trigger the entire pipeline. And in the next video, let's try to understand in more detail what this main.py file orchestration will do. And then let's trigger the file and let's try to understand the output in detail. Okay, let's proceed. Okay, all right, everyone. Now, before going to the main.py code, guys, there is just some changes that you need to make to the video indexer service code, wherein you just need to add some extra options. Okay, and why are these extra options required? The reason being YTDLP, it keeps on changing its documentation. Okay, so there are some additional context or some additional things, that we need to update. Okay, now thing is, as I said, YouTube regularly updates its streaming protocols, right? uh, and without a JavaScript runtime, the YTDLP cannot execute YouTube player's code, so on and so forth. Okay, so the only thing that I would suggest is make sure that you have Node.js also installed on your system. Okay, and there are just few changes that we are making. Okay, now what I'll do is I'll just give you kind of a refresher as to what we have done, right? So we in YDL options in this particular where we download the video, we are just making some changes. Okay, actually by the time you receive the code or in the code that you will find in the project, you will find this updated, but in the video you might not see this. Okay, so the format that we have put is best. Okay, so the format specifies which video quality format to download, right? So in a way we are saying that the best, which is the high quality video you need to download. Okay, audio plus video combined. Okay, then we have outtmpl. Outtmpl is basically, it's like output template. Okay, so this stands for output template. All right, and this defines how to save the file. Okay, I mean the the output path that should be string like, right? So this is nothing but the output template. How do I want the output to be or the file to be? Okay, so I want it at a particular path, then I want it in a particular file extension, all of that. Okay, then we put quite as false. Quite basically controls the console output verbosity. Okay, false will show the download progress, it will show the status message and the errors. True, if you put quite as true, it basically suppresses most of the outputs. So if you put put this as true, it will not show you the progress, okay, as to how things are happening. It will just directly show that if there are any errors. Okay, and then no more warnings as false. This basically controls the warning message display. All right, and then if you see here, we have put some extractor arguments, HTTP headers and stuff. Yeah. Now in here, if you see extractor args, this is basically the advanced settings passed to the specific site extractors. Okay, and this will basically configure how the YTDLP interacts with YouTube's API player. All right, if you see, it says YouTube player client Android web. Okay, so the player client means which YouTube client to emulate while requesting the video. Okay, so we are saying try Android first. Okay, try the Android app first and fall back to the web browser. All right, so if this does not work, then you fall back to web browser. Okay, and when it comes to Android client, it often bypasses restrictions that affects the web client. and please note order matters. Okay, which means you're saying try Android first and then go to web. If you put web and then Android, then it will try web first and then go to Android. Okay, and then the HTTP headers, right? These are the custom HTTP headers that will be sending with every request. Yeah. Here we are also passing user agent, which identifies the browser. It's kind of, so user agent basically identifies what browser or what device is making the request, right? As simple as that. Okay. So yeah, these are just 3-4 things that we needed to, or 2-3 things, whatever we needed to add. All right. Now let's move to main.py. Now, if you look into main.py, now one thing that you might see is that I have added a bit of, if you see here, I've added a bit of documentation. Okay. The reason being, I wanted to, I think in the last video we had skimmed through it at a bit pace. But now here we'll try to get an idea. Okay, main.py firstly is an orchestration file. Okay, this is where we are going to run our entire pipeline. Okay. First and foremost, we start with, okay, what is this? Firstly, this is the control center, right? It sets up the audit request. It runs the entire AI workflow, runs the entire LangGraph workflow, and it will finally display the final compliance result. Okay. We start with importing UUID, where it is going to generate unique IDs. Okay, importing JSON to handle JSON data or handle JSON formatting. Logging is to log, and pretty print is, we know this. Okay, .env is to read the env variables, which means the API keys, connection strings, all of that. All right, we perform the basic logging setup. Okay, if you look at the format is timestamp, logger name, severity, and the message. This is the standard format that is followed everywhere. Okay. Then what do we do is we create a function called as run CLI simulation. Okay. So what this does is it simulates a video compliance audit request. Now, once I give the YouTube URL link or video URL link, whatever, I want it to be wanted to see if if it passes compliance audit or not, right? And this function will orchestrate the entire audit process. Firstly, it creates a unique session ID. Then it prepares the video URL and the associated metadata. Then it runs through the entire AI workflow, which means it goes through everything, whatever we have designed till now: video indexer, document indexer, graphs, nodes, states, everything. Okay, and it displays the compliance results. Okay, we have the session ID here, and UUID4 basically generates random unique ID. Okay, user unique ID, you might say. Okay, so you can see unique identifier, and this logs. So there's starting audit session. It will give a session ID and it will log. Firstly, what do we do is we define the initial state. So this dictionary contains all the input data for the workflow. You can think of this as intake form for the compliance audit. We start with the initial inputs. So first and foremost, if you see, I've passed a YouTube URL video already here. Okay. So if I just click on this link, if I just click on follow link, okay, this is the YouTube video. Okay. If you look closely.
Hi, I'm Dr. Nira, here to interview John Cena, the new face of Neutrogena.
So we are going to now check if this YouTube ad, which is the new face of Neutrogena Ultra Sheer Sunscreen, which also stars John Cena. I was once a fan of John Cena. We are going to check if this abides by the compliance result, compliance documents. If you know the two PDFs, which is the FTC disclosure and the YouTube ad specifications, it is going to now go through this 30-second commercial, and now it is going to check if it passes the compliance audit, yes or no. That is what it is going to do. And this is what, see, earlier you had actually people to do this, but now you can just delegate this to agentic workflows and it will do the job. Okay. So
Ultra Sheer Sunscreen.
What's up? Let's do this.
We're going to pass this advertisement, by the way. Okay. All you need to do is just right click on copy video URL and just paste the URL here. That's all you need to do. Okay. Then the video ID. Okay, now video ID, how are we going to generate? So it's a shortened video ID. Okay, so it is going to take the first 8 characters of the session ID. Okay, and session ID will be generated here, something like this, and followed by VID. How do I put this through? VID underscore. So that is the video ID that will be generated. Then we'll be creating an empty list called as compliance results. So if there are any compliance violations found, that will be populated here in the compliance result. And who will populate it? Auditor node, because auditor node is going to do all that job. And if there are any errors, let's say something like downloading failed, transcript unavailable, any error, that will be stored in this empty list, which is errors. Now it will start initializing the workflow. Once it gets the input, it will start initializing the workflow. We have JSON, so we take the initial inputs and we pass it inside JSON.dumps, which basically converts the Python dictionary to a formatted JSON string. So this is, so your initial inputs here, which is a dictionary, now will be converted into a JSON. Okay, and that will be the input payload. Okay, once it is converted into JSON, then it is passed to the graph. Then the graph execution starts. Okay, if you see, this JSON is now invoked on the app. And what is the app? App is nothing but your entire LangGraph workflow, right? So whatever you created in the entire workflow, if you can recall, we had a file called workflow.py, right? There you're going to invoke the entire LangGraph on this, on the initial inputs, and we're going to return something called as final state, and final state will contain all the results. Then we'll get that the workflow execution is complete. And once the workflow execution is complete, now the compliance audio audit report will be generated. In compliance audio report, it will show the video ID. Okay, it is going to extract the video ID from the final state. Hence, final state dot get video ID, which means whichever is the final state, from that final state, you extract the video ID. After video ID, we also need the status. If there are any violations detected, it will firstly see if there are any violations detected. If there are any violations detected, we will see that in compliance results. If you know compliance results, we have created an empty list here called as compliance results, which will contain all the violations, right? If there are no violations detected, it will just pass an empty string. And then what we're going to do is we are going to loop through each and every violation. Okay, and each issue is a dictionary. Now every violation is actually a dictionary, and it has three things. It has severity, it has category, and it has claims. For example, the severity is critical. There are some misleading claims that there is absolute guarantee detected. So there are some severity, category, and description. Actually, when we actually print the output, you will get this in much more depth. But when a compliance report gets generated, there are typically three parameters we are interested in, which is severity, category, and description. Okay. If there are no violations, then obviously no violations will be found, and final summary gets printed. Okay. And then what do we do? From the final state, we extract the final report. Okay. All right. If this does not work, then obviously the exception, we're going to say that workflow execution failed. All right. And this is the program entry point. So this block only runs when you execute python.mainpy. Okay. If you won't run it, if it won't run if you import this file as a model. I mean, this is something that you should already know. Yeah. If you're coming from Python background. Okay. All right. And now we'll execute the function. All right. So let us execute the function. We'll say uv run. Now, why am I using uv run? Because we are using uv, right? So uv run python main.py, and let's hit. And we'll now trigger the entire pipeline. Whatever we have built till now, we are getting everything together and we're executing it. Let's hit enter. All right. Let's see what it does. Okay, you can see it has started initializing the workflow. It has taken the input. You can see it has taken the input URL, video ID, compliance. Right now it is empty only, right? Okay, so you can see the video processing has started. All right, you can see the YouTube video has been done. Can you see here the temp audit video? You can see here the video has been down. Temporarily it was downloaded and then again it was uploaded. So temporarily the video was downloaded. You can see extracting the URL, downloading the web page, downloading Android Player API, and all right, good. So it is taking now you can see it is taking the token credentials. If you can recall, we had defined those token credentials, right? So you can see now after taking the credentials, it is now uploading the video to Azure. Okay, and you can see upload success, which means it finally or it successfully uploaded the video on Azure AI Indexer, and this is the ID. Okay, now it is waiting for the video, whatever it is, whatever the name is, to process. Okay, whatever video ID, this is the video ID to process. You can see now the video ID is getting processed. You can see it has gotten the token has been succeeded, which is great. So you can see waiting for 30 seconds. So if you can recall, we had coded this, right? Now this is waiting for 30 seconds for the processing to happen. Okay, all right, let's wait, let's see what it does. Okay, all right, you can see it has started. Again, it says waiting for 30 seconds, which is fine. So it keeps on hitting unless and until the entire processing is not happening, or if the entire processing, unless and until it is not done, it will keep on happening and it will keep on running the loop every 30 seconds. Okay. All right. I just kind of, okay, this is good. Okay. Acquired the token. Okay. If you see, extraction is complete. The video extraction is now complete. Now it is querying the LLM. You can see here we had got, it is now querying the knowledge base and the LLM. Knowledge base is what? Your Azure AI Search, right? Where your PDFs are there, right? So now you can see here it has already started hitting. Yes. So, oh, this is fantastic, guys. Congratulations. Yeah, your pipeline has worked successfully. You can see here workflow execution complete. Okay, and this is the compliance audit report. Okay, this was the video ID, and the status is what? You can see the status is failed, which means the video, the Neutrogena ad, is not complying as per the regulations which are defined inside the PDFs. Okay, so if you see what are the violations detected, if you see, this is the severity, this is the severity, this is the category, and this is the description. Okay, please note, see, when we define the code, right, if you go here, we had defined severity, we had defined category, we had defined description. Okay, so this is the severity, this is the category, and this is the description. So you can see that severity is critical. Claim validation, the claim, if you see, they are what claim are they saying? Sunscreen you can't see implies invisibility, which could be interpreted as scientific claim requiring proof, and there is no evidence provided in the video to substantiate this claim. So you can see there is one claim violation that it found, and then there's one more critical endorsement disclosure. So the video does not include a clear disclosure that John Cena is a paid endorser or a partner for Neutrogena Ultra Sheer sunscreen. Terms like ad, sponsored, or Neutrogena partner are missing. This is really cool, right? And the final summary is what? The video violates the compliance rules by making an unsubstantiated scientific claim and failing to disclose the endorsement relationship clearly. This is very, very cool, right? So you can see this is how a compliance report gets generated. If you actually scroll above, you can actually get an idea how things are happening. Okay, it will now, there are a lot of things which might find or which might look gibberish. Okay, because there are a lot of to's and fro's are happening. Okay, response header, post requests, get requests, all of that. Okay, where it is trying to hit the API URL, trying to get the credentials. You can see request URL, whatever this is. Yeah, and you can try and check it here if you want. Yeah, actually this won't work, to be frank, but that's fine. Yeah. Yeah, so you can see no body was attached, which is fine. You can see it's chunked, right? And this is fine, right? So guys, this is really good. Yeah, so you can see the content length. Yeah, so the content length is how much? 34811, which is on the higher side, which is fine. That is not an issue. Okay, so that was really good. That was fantastic. Okay. And yeah, so you guys, you have congratulations, you have successfully built a very high quality pipeline. Okay, a very high quality pipeline that actually kind of shows you a lot of your I would say it shows that you have a very good understanding of how to build production level pipelines, because we had done so many things, right? Firstly, we did ingestion. Okay, we had the YouTube URL, we downloaded the video, we uploaded that to Azure Azure yeah, blob storage, and then we did the indexing. At the indexing, we had speech to text and OCR, then we did the retrieval, then the reasoning happened. So you can see your pipeline is now fully operational. Okay, this is really good. Okay, so now we know, right? There are so many things that happened. Okay, so we had the brand ads, okay, which are nothing but the videos. And what are the videos? They are nothing but images plus speech plus text, right? We took the YouTube URL, basis that we downloaded the video, and this video then was uploaded to Azure Blob Storage. Okay. Your Azure Video Indexer, what it will do is it will extract the OCR as well as the transcript, but it needs to access the video which is uploaded on Azure Blob Storage. Then using Azure AI Search, which acts as your knowledge base and a vector DB service, you have your PDF data which is entirely chunked and vectorized on Azure AI Search. And then finally, you also have Azure Application Insights, which we'll see in a while. Okay, so many things you have done, guys, right? This is very cool, and this can be a very strong project on your portfolio or on your CV. Okay, I can vouch for this. Yeah. All right. Okay. So yes, guys. So our pipeline is working really well. Actually, this is really good. Okay. You can also go on LangSmith and check. Okay, we can also try going on LangSmith. If not, we can also go later. That's fine. But let's go and check on LangSmith as well, how things are working. Okay, you can see on LangSmith, if I go on tracing, yeah, this is the project, right? This is the project that we were working on, Brand Guardian Prod. We had named this as Brand Guardian. I had named this as Brand Guardian Prod. Okay. And yeah, if I just go here, if I click here, yeah, you can see this is what the request we did 8 minutes ago. Okay, if you see how much latency did it take, it took 146 seconds, guys. It took 146 seconds for the entire how do I put this through, for the entire to and fro. By the time you upload the URL, download video, and hits the cloud. Now obviously you can work on the latency part, you can bring down the latency. That is a altogether a different ball game. Optimization, all of that is a completely different ball game that requires different level of engineering efficiency. But if I just click here, you can see this is called as project tracing using LangSmith, and LangSmith is also a very good thing to have on your CV. Okay, so you can see this was the input that we gave, right? Video URL, right? And at start we did not have any compliance results on errors, and this was the final report that was generated. You can see here what is the also you can see the tokens generated, right? 935 tokens. Yeah, so at the input level there were 762 tokens, at the output level 159. Yeah, now if you see here, this was the transcript. Okay, transcript is nothing but the entire text that is used in the advertisement. Hi, I am Dr. Neera, here to interview John Cena, the new face of Neutrogena Sheer Sunscreen. What's up? Let's do this, so on and so forth. Okay, this is the transcript. Basis that, you can see the compliance results. Okay, the compliance results, you can see there are two things. Okay, one is this compliance result 0. Yeah, you can see there is a claim validation. Okay, the claim sunscreen you can't see, so on. You can just copy and paste it somewhere. It's fine. So there are two critical compliance violations that are happening, one on the endorsement disclosure and the other on the claim validation. Okay, and this is the OCR text, which means whatever text appears in the ad or in the screen, on the screen when the ad is happening. So this is all the OCR text, and this is the video metadata. If you can recall, we had coded the video metadata, right? So we wanted two things in video metadata. We wanted the platform and we wanted the duration, right? So this is what we are getting in here. I think we had coded this in video indexer. Yeah, so in in video indexer, if you can recall, What did we want? We wanted the transcript, we wanted the OCR text, and in metadata, we wanted the duration and the platform. If you go here, you can see the transcript, OCR text, and the video metadata, right? How cool is that? You can see how LangGraph hits the indexer. And what is the indexer? Indexer is nothing but your Azure AI indexer. And this is the information that is available on the indexer. Okay. Then it goes to the auditor. Oh, sorry, this is not the, I'm so sorry. This is not Azure AI index. This is the indexer node. Yeah, I'm sorry. This is the indexer node. And then it goes to the auditor node, and this is the information in auditor node. So basis the information that it fetches from the indexer node. If you see, this is the information generated by indexer node. This is the state. This state is then passed to the auditor, and that is the reason you see that state being reflected here as well of the indexer state. And basis the indexer state, it generates an output. Okay, and then it also uses Azure Chat OpenAI to generate the final output. Yeah, you can see here how the system, this is the system prompt, if you can recall, we had defined, right? And yeah, so you can see this is the human level information that is getting passed. If you can recall, we had defined something called as user message, right? And in user message at a human level, we wanted three things. We wanted video metadata, we wanted transcript, and we wanted the OCR, on-screen text, which is OCR, right? I don't know if you can recall this one. Yeah. And basis that, you can see the AI has generated the output. If you can recall, we had also told this to generate or dump the output or the compliance results in JSON format. You can see here it is dump that in JSON format as well, guys. Yes. So this is fantastic. Heartiest congratulations. You have done it. Okay. Let me go to Video Indexer and let me just give me a minute. Not in Video Indexer. Where had we done it? We had done this in Notes, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. In Notes. Yeah. Yes. This is what I wanted to show you. If you can see here, in Nodes, we had at a user message as a human level message, right? So if you see, we had passed the human message, user message as a, or we are going to convert that as a human message, which means human level, it takes user message as the content. This was the user message, right? So video metadata, transcript, and OCR text. If you go here, you can see this video metadata at human message level, video metadata, transcript, and OCR. Yes. So we have, you can see video metadata. So it's a 30.1 second commercial. The platform is YouTube. This is the transcript, and whatever information that is appearing on text, this is it. And basis that, it kind of did a compliance check with the PDFs, and basis that, it generated the output, and the output was that it failed. Okay. It failed to give the right, or rather, no, I'm sorry, it failed to pass the compliance audit. Yes, this is really, really cool. All right. Okay, guys, so congratulations, your pipeline is done. Now let's go to the next part where we'll be building the fast API backend server, and also we'll be looking at the telemetry part. Okay. If you have done this, I think telemetry part doesn't really, if you know this, I mean, telemetry will do the same job, but that's fine. Okay. All right, guys. So let's move to the fast API part. Thanks. Okay. All right. Now what we'll do is, we were going to build server.py, right? Server.py is where we'll be writing our fast API code, and telemetry is where we'll be writing the telemetry code execution, which basically helps us connect to Azure. This is called as Azure Open Telemetry Integration. Okay. This is basically tracking and all of that. So if you can recall, we had also defined for Azure Application Insights, right? This will help us work with that. Okay, so what we'll do is, firstly we'll write the telemetry code, and then we'll write the fast API code, and then we'll execute both of them. All right, so let us first go towards go towards this thing, building the telemetry code. Okay, now Okay, let's actually get started. So first and foremost, I'm going to import OS, then I'm going to import logging, and then what I'm going to do is from azure.monitor dot open telemetry, I'm going to import something called as configure Azure monitor. Okay. Now, see, the thing is, we already have, now some of you might say, Chirantan, we already have LangGraph, LangSmith in place. Do we really need this? You can keep this as one more option along with LangSmith, okay? Because this is a bit different also from LangSmith, okay? It basically tracks your app performance, errors, requests, and a lot more things, okay? So yes, so you can also, so this is also important, especially if you're depending on Azure infrastructure. Okay. All right. And now what we're going to do is we're going to create, I would say we are going to create a dedicated logger. Yeah. So we'll say logger equals to logging dot get logger, and we'll be creating a logger called as brand guardian telemetry. Okay. This is what we're going to define. After this, what we'll be defining is the function which helps us set the telemetry. So we're going to call it setup telemetry. All right. And what this function will do is basically, first and foremost, it initializes the Azure Open Telemetry. Okay. So I will say initializes Azure monitor open telemetry. This is what it initializes. Okay. And first and foremost, what is open telemetry? Open telemetry is, you can think of this as an industry standard observability framework. We preferred LangSmith, right? LangSmith is also an observability framework. Open telemetry is also used. Okay. And when it comes to open telemetry, what will it exactly track? So it will track your HTTP requests. It will track your database queries. It will track your errors. It will track your performance metrics, so on and so forth. There are a lot many things that are tracked using this. Okay. And this function will send the data to Azure Monitor. Okay. You can actually think of this like flight data recorder, right? Okay, for your app. And yeah, so this is fine. And once we have set up the telemetry part, okay, it auto captures every API request. Okay, I would say it auto captures every API request. So we'll be using fast API, right? So it will capture that request. Okay, and no need to manually log each endpoint. We don't have to log manually each endpoint. It gets tracked automatically. Okay, so first and foremost, what we're going to do is we are going to retrieve the connection string. Okay, so we're going to say connection string, okay, equals to os.getEnv, and inside inside .getEnv, .env, if you can recall, we had defined application insights connection string, right? And that is where we're going to fetch the API key from, and we're going to store that in connection string. All right. All right, now we're going to check if it is configured or not. All right, so what we'll do is if not connection string, which means if we did not get the connection string, then we want a logger warning. Okay, and we'll say that no instrumentation key found. Okay, we'll say that the telemetry is disabled. Okay. All right, so this is fine, and then we'll just return, which means we'll exit the function. All right. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to configure the Azure monitor. All right, and we'll first try. Okay, I mean, we'll write the try block, wherein what we'll do is we'll see we're going to create something called as configure Azure monitor, right? And inside that, we're going to pass a couple of things. Okay. And this configure Azure monitor will do the heavy lifting. Okay. So I'll create something called as configure Azure monitor. And inside this, first and foremost, I'll pass the connection string, yeah, which is the API key, or not the API key, the connection string that we have passed in .env, and then the logger name, right? Let's give the logger name here as brand guardian tracing. All right. Or tracer, whatever. This is optional though. If you want to give, you can. If you don't want, it's fine. So Azure configure Azure monitor basically does the entire heavy lifting. It registers the automatic instrumentation for HTTP requests, which are your fast API endpoints, database calls, and in this database calls are nothing but Azure search calls or queries, the logging events, all of that. And this starts the background thread to send the data to Azure. Okay. And now once this is done, we're just going to put logger.info. Okay. And we'll say Azure monitor tracking enabled and connected. Okay. Looks fine. If this does not work, then we'll put an exception, exception as E, and then we're just going to put a logger error, and we're going to say failed to initialize Azure monitor. Okay, and we'll pass the error. Yeah, so this is a simple function that we have built which will help us track the API and or whatever calls you're making via API, all of that. Okay. Yeah, so this is much better, much cooler. Okay. All right. So so why do we use telemetry? Okay, so see, first and foremost, we have to understand, okay, why do we use or why do we use telemetry? Okay, so let's say if firstly I'll talk from without function. So if I don't have a telemetry, okay, let's say if we say the API is slow, okay, I mean randomly it will just our terminal or our log will just say API is slow, but we don't have any idea which part. So which part of API is slow? That is what will help us. That is what we'll understand, with telemetry. Okay, let's say how many users accessed our service today. Okay, we don't know, so there is no visibility. Again, this is something that can be solved with telemetry. So what happens with telemetry? Okay, so with telemetry we can have a dashboard. Let's say if I have an endpoint called as audit. Okay, so let's say audit endpoint say averages 4.5 seconds and indexer takes 3.8 seconds. Now what I'm trying to show you is such kind of information you'll be able to track with telemetry, right? Which means even at endpoint level you understand what is the time taken by endpoint, all of that. Okay, then something like, or the statements like error logs show that 12% of audits fail due to YouTube download errors. Again, this is something that can be tracked. Okay, this is something that can your telemetry show. Okay, and also, for example, it can also show the metrics, right? For example, 450 API calls happened today, and out of those, let's say 450 calls, there was, let's say, 89% success rate. So you can see this is the difference with and without telemetry. Okay, and because we are because you're writing a production level code, if you actually show all of these skills, that will be much better. Yeah, so that is telemetry. Now let's go to the server part, which is where we write the fast API code. All right, so moving to the next part. So what we're going to do is first and foremost we're going to import UUID, right? What happened? UUID, which is it is going to generate the unique session IDs, right? Then we are going to import logging. Then from fast API we're going to import fast API, and we're also going to import HTTP exception. Okay, HTTP exception. All right, and then from pedantic we are going to import base model. Okay, after this, from typing, I'm going to import list and I'm going to import optional. Okay, so my pedantic data validation, it's a data validation library, right, which makes sure that the API requests have a correct format. Okay, all right, so now what we'll do is we'll load the environment variables. That is what we will do. All right, so we'll say from .env. Okay, import load .env, and then I'll say load .env override equals to true. Okay, after this, what I will do is I will initialize the telemetry. We have written telemetry, right? So we'll initialize the telemetry part here. So I'll say from backend.src.api.telemetry, we're going to import what? Setup telemetry. If you can recall, we had a function called a setup telemetry. That is what we're going to call, and we're going to initialize it. It's like activating the sensors. This is going to track all your API activity, right? Now what we're going to do is we're going to import the workflow graph, right, which is our LangGraph. Okay, so what we'll do is from backend.src.graph.workflow, we're going to import what? We're going to import app as compliance graph. Okay, we're going to import it as compliance graph. Okay, so yeah. So, Acha, one more thing. Why have we renamed app, or why have we aliased app as compliance graph? This is just to avoid the confusion with the fast APIs app. Okay, that is the reason we have did this. Okay, and then what we'll do is we'll configure logging. So I'll just say logging dot logging dot basic config, and I'll pass level equals to logging dot info. Okay, which is basically it sets the default log level, and info basically means important events, right? And yeah, and then I'll just create one more logger object. I'll say logging dot get logger, and I'll pass this as API server. So we have created a name, right? So it creates a name logger for this module, and yeah. All right, now what we'll do is we'll now create the fast API application. So create the fast API application. All right. Now what we'll do is we'll say app equals to fast API, and in fast API what we'll do is firstly we'll pass the title. Okay, title is, let's say I'm going to call it as a brand guardian, or we can also call it anything. Like, let's say I'm going to call it's up to you. Let's say I'm going to call it brand guardian AI API. Yeah. Then I'm going to give a description. This is completely optional, but yeah, you can give that. So let's say API for auditing video content against the brand compliance rules. Okay, all right, and after this we're going to pass the version, which is, let's say, 1.0.0. okay, this is done, and now my fast API will automatically create the interactive docs, right, and also create the OpenAI schema, right? So all right, and then what we'll do is we'll define the data models, yeah, which are nothing but the pedantic models. Okay, so I'll create a class called as audit request. Okay, and this takes in the base model, okay, which is a pedantic class. Okay, and what this actually does is basically I'll just give me a minute. Yeah, it basically defines the expected structure of incoming API requests. Okay, so it defines the expected structure of incoming API requests. That is what it does. All right, and so for example, So example valid request, okay, which is how do we want the example valid request to be? Something in the lines of, let's say if I give it this way, okay, just a minute, something like, let's say a video URL, okay, and how do you want that URL to be? Something like HTTPS, okay. If this is the valid URL, by the way, let's say YouTube, let's say ABC123, something like this, okay. So this is something that is a valid YouTube URL, okay. And invalid, obviously we know, if it is invalid, then it is going to raise, so if it is an invalid URL, it is going to raise the 422 error, right? You can think of invalid as same, I mean, I'll just copy paste it here. Invalid can be 1 2 3 4 5, this can be invalid, right? So we're going to create this, and what we're going to expect here is am I doing something wrong? Just allow me a minute. I hope. Okay, all right, this is fine. No, I think this is fine. And then I'll pass the video URL, right? And I'm expecting the video URL to be a string, or for obvious reasons. Then what do we do is we'll create a class called as compliance issue, okay, which is again pedantic, okay. And obviously it takes in 3 things. By now we know which are those 3 things. It takes category, right? It is severity, which is again string, and it is description. If you can recall, we had also defined this in the in the first parts of the session, right? And then we have a class called as audit response, okay, which is again pedantic, okay. And what does it expect? It has session ID, which is string, then the video ID, which is again a string, then the status, which is again a string, then a final report to be generated, again a string, and compliance results. Now compliance results are optional, okay, but so we'll keep list, I'll say list compliance issue, okay. So we want a list of compliance issues, not optional, we'll keep it as a list. Obviously we cannot keep it optional, yeah. Now what we'll do is now I think we can define the endpoint, okay. So yeah, so I think now we will define the main endpoint, okay. So let's say we're going to call it as audit, okay. And we'll say response model equals to audit response, okay. So this is the decorator. I mean, I hope you can understand, right? This is the decorator that registers this function as the post endpoint, yeah. And slash audit is nothing but it's the URL path. So in our case, it will be localhost :8000/audit, yeah. And the response model basically tells Fast API to validate the response that matches with the audit response, which is this one, okay. All right, and after this, what we shall do is we will be creating a function, and what I'll do is I'll keep that function as async, which is typically used in concurrency, right? So I'll create a function called as audit video, which takes in a request, which is the audit request, okay. And typically this is the main API endpoint that triggers the compliance audit workflow, okay. So I'll write it here. This is the main API endpoint that triggers the compliance audit workflow, right? So what we'll do is we'll ask it to generate a few things. Okay, one is the session ID, right? Which is what? Which is UUID dot UUID4 will take. Yeah. Then the video ID short, right? If you can recall, we had also defined this in our earlier course, which is what? Which is video underscore session ID, and we want the first 8 characters in the session ID, right? This is video ID, and then we also want to log the incoming request, right? So we'll just say logger.info, and in here I'll say that we have received the audit request. Okay, and what is that? We're just going to say request request dot video URL. Okay, and this is fine. What we can also define in here is, yeah, the session, right? So I'll just say session, the session ID, right? So all right, so for example, what will this do? It will say receive the audit response, then it will show the YouTube URL, okay, and then it will also show the session ID. That is what it means. It's pretty straightforward. Okay, now what we'll do is we'll prepare the graph input, and the graph input we already know, right? So what are the graph inputs? They are, if you can recall, we had defined something called as initial inputs, right? So I'll put in the video URL. Yeah, we'll take this from request.video URL, right? This is from the API request, right? So this is from the API request. Then is the video ID, right? Which is the video ID short that you defined, which is the generated ID. Then obviously you have the compliance results, okay, which is again an empty string for starters, and then the errors, which is again the empty string. Yeah. All right, so this tracks the error. This will be populated by the compliance auditor. And now what we're going to do is we are now going to invoke the LangGraph. Okay, so I'll just say final state equals to compliance graph dot invoke. And where do you invoke it on? You basically invoke this on the initial inputs, right? And then what you return? You return the audit response object. Okay, and you output the session ID. Okay, and then after the session ID, we'll be also giving so the video ID, right, which is the from the final state we are going to get the video ID, right? So yeah, I think this should be it. Yeah, so yeah, I think this is fine. Where it is going wrong is video ID. Yeah, the session ID equals to session ID. Okay, this is video ID, and then what it will do is it will also take the status. So in audio response, it will take the session ID. Just give me a minute. I think something is off. Video ID it will take, which is final state dot get. Yeah. After this, what we want is we want the status, right? So we want the status, and status is nothing but again final state dot get. Again we'll get the final status. Okay, if we don't get any final status, then obviously we're going to get unknown. Okay, then we are going to get the final report, and final report we are again going to get it from final state. So final state dot get, we're going to get the final report. Okay, if not, if we don't get any report, then no report generated. Okay, And then finally, we also need the compliance results, right? So I'll say compliance results equals to final state dot get, and I'm going to get the compliance results. Yeah. If nothing, then I mean an empty list, right? So this is compliance results. Okay. And after this, what we can also pass is, yeah, I think this is fine. Yeah. And then finally the exception, yeah, as E. Okay. And we just log the error. Yeah. Looks fine. And we'll just say that the audit request or the audit has failed. Okay. Yeah. And we'll just see, we'll just catch the error as well. So what is the error exactly? And then we will basically raise an HTTP exception. Okay, so I just raise the HTTP exception, and in here it will be the status code 500, right, which is the internal server error. And we'll say, we'll put this detail as workflow execution failed. Okay, and then we'll also pass in what exactly the error is. Okay, after this, what we'll do is we will be basically defining the health check endpoint, right? So the standard endpoint that we always define, right? Health check endpoint. Okay, I'll just say app dot get health. Okay, and then I'll just create a simple function called as health check. Okay, this is a simple endpoint just to check if the API is, or the endpoint is, sorry, this is a simple endpoint to verify if the API is working or not. Okay, I would say endpoint to verify if API is working or not. Okay, all right. And in here, what we can do is, should we pass anything more, or should I just, I think we don't need to pass anything here. We'll just keep it simple as it is. Yeah, so we'll just say return status. Okay, and it will return the status healthy. Okay, service. Okay, we'll say brand Guardian AI. Okay, this looks great. So finally we have also built the API code here. Okay, this looks better, this looks fantastic. Now I don't think so we'll need any more things. Yeah, all right guys, so in the next video let's try to hit the fast API backend. Let's integrate the fast API backend and let's check. Yeah, all right, let's proceed. Okay, all right, everyone. So we, okay, one more thing. I've just added some documentation to server and telemetry code as well. Okay, all right. So this is our server code, which is the fast API code. Now what I'll do is let us run it. Okay. So now, guys, we are in the final stage. We are in the final video, and till now you have, you know, if you don't know, till by the time you are watching this video or these tutorials, you have, you know, you have gained a lot of skills. Okay. So congratulations on that. Now let's run this particular code. Okay. So in order to run the code for the fast API backend service, we'll say UV run. We'll say UVCon because it uses the UVCon server. And which file and where is it located? So it is located in the backend.src.api.server. So we are running server.py file, right? Server :app reload. Sorry, reload. This is how you execute it. Okay, now let's play and let's see if it works fine. So let's hit enter. All right, you can see it says it has given us the link. Okay, this is the link where we'll be testing our API. Okay, so now it says waiting for the, okay, so it says application startup complete. Now let's let's click on this particular link. Okay, and yes, so you can see this link here has been opened, which is very cool. Okay, this is where you can test your fast API. All you have to do is you just write /docs and hit enter. So /docs, and you can see here we have Brand Guardian API. Okay, you can see both the endpoints that we have created. We are interested in audit endpoint. Health, we are not that interested. You can run it, that's fine. But we are interested in audit because this is where we'll be pasting the URL, the YouTube URL, and we'll be testing if everything is working fine or not. Okay, so let's click on try it out. And as you click on try it out, you can see it asks for the video URL, which is the string. Now let us take the string from the main.py file, string as in the YouTube video link, and we will be pasting that in our fast API wherever it is required, in the video URL. We have pasted the link, and now I'll click on execute. As soon as you click on execute, you can also see in the code in the terminal, you can see the processing starts. Okay, you can see the processing has been started, and here as well it is running. Okay, so all right, you can see here it's running. So let's see what it gives. You can see here the terminal has been doing the processing. You can see here, and now what we are doing is we are basically pasting the URL from the API endpoint, and we are checking if we are able to perform the same job using the endpoint as well. Okay, so this is what we're getting on terminal, and we'll see. Okay, that is fine. So I think it is still processing. All right, so let's go to the terminal. I think things are pretty much working fine. So you can see it is doing the same job. You can see it is hitting the credentials. It is doing all of that. Yeah. Okay. So it says succeeded. All right. Okay, it is still doing the job. All right. Let's see. Okay, and after this, what we'll do is we'll go to the Azure Application Insights, right, which is the telemetry part, and we'll see how things are there. Okay. All right. Okay. So it is still loading. All right. Obviously, it might take some time. I think the last time when we ran it, it took around 150 seconds, right? If I'm not wrong, you can always go on LangSmith and you can trace it out. But yeah. Okay. Let's go to the VS Code terminal. Okay, we have proceeded. So it says, all right. Oh, great. We are getting 200K. Okay, which means our API has worked well. Fantastic. You can see here we are able to successfully hit it from the API endpoint as well. Yeah, I hope you can see it here. Yeah, so this is the session ID. This is the YouTube video ID. And the status here is obviously failed, right? Because it did not pass the compliance report, right? And you can see this is the final report, which means it violates multiple compliance rules, including the lack of endorsement, so on and so forth. And you can look at the compliance results as well. So under claim validation category, the severity is critical, and this was the description of the claim violation. Then under endorsement disclosure, it is critical, and this was the violation description. And then again, so you can see the severity, right? Critical, high. Okay, so the statement ultra shear gives you high SPF protection is a performance claim that requires scientific proof and no evidence, because now as per the YouTube ad specification documents, you need to specify, you need to give that proof. It has not given that proof, and that is the reason it is failing, guys. So congratulations, our fast API backend has also been working very well. Okay, now let's do one thing. Now let's go to Azure. Okay, and in Azure, we'll be checking out an application. We are checking on something called Application Insights. So I'll click on Application Insights. Okay, now I think this is what you had created, right? What we had created as per the project. And this is what I have created, this is my project. Now, whatever name you have given in Application Insights, you will see that listed. In my case, it is Brand Guardian Insights. As soon as I come on Brand Guardian Insights, you can see there are so many different types of options that are available, right? You can see now please note, this is a full blown, I would say, software application in itself. Okay. There are so many things you can track. You can track the failure, you can track the performance, the agent, this is the agent, this is the different part. Alerts, metrics, dashboards with Grafana. There are so many things that you can track in here. What we are interested in is we are interested in the application map. Okay, and you can see as soon as we open, you can see this is the application map that we get. Okay, I'll click on this one and I'll click on expand group, and voila, this is the application map, right? I hope you can see it here. Yeah, and you can see this middle circle that you see, the central circle, this is your fast API. Okay, and how do I put this through in in simple terms is that this is basically your fast API application. Okay, your brand guardian API. Okay, and these are the outbound calls that it is making to different services, right? So you can see it is making to YouTube. So roughly, if you see, if it is making to the YouTube, okay, it made 4 calls to YouTube. And how much time did it take? It took some 209.8 milliseconds, right? So 4 calls, right? And then you have the RR7, right? This one. This is YouTube CDN. Okay, so to YouTube CDN, which is Content Delivery Network, it took how much? It took 195 milliseconds, which is again decent. Now these two timings are healthy. I would say these are healthy. These are decent. Then you have API Video Indexer.ai. I hope you understand. This is the Azure Video Indexer, right? And it took 2.2 seconds, which is again really cool. So it did 7 calls in 2.2 seconds. This is fantastic. Okay. And then you have LangSmith. And again, to LangSmith, it took around it did 10 calls to LangSmith, and 10 calls to LangSmith, 526.3 milliseconds, which is again healthy, I would say. And then there's this, you can see here, this is the Azure instance metadata. Okay, so if I just click here on view details, you can also go here and read up. Okay, this is actually, you can see here metadata. So this is actually Azure instance metadata. Okay, and it seems that it is that there's an error here. Okay, so if I just click here, so you can see here the status code is 504, right? So there seems to be some error here, which is fine. This always can be re-engineered. What we are trying to show you is how you can use Azure Application Insights. Okay, again, you have to go here and in investigate, you have to click on application map. Okay, just click on this icon and click on expand group, and voila. Okay, see, these things are coming very handy. Okay, and what we are doing is not just projects, we're doing AI engineering. The entire job of this project is to understand different components of AI engineering. Okay, yeah, and you can see this is Azure management, right? So I think 2 seconds. Yeah, this is fine. Okay, so this is fine. I think this looks good. You can also view this in logs. You can do a lot of things. Okay, with application insights. I think there's so many things that can be traced, that can be achieved. Okay, all right, guys, so congratulations. You have learned a lot of things in this project. Thank you so much. And have this project on your CV. There are different components that you saw, and this is actually AI engineering. There are so many. It is not just creating a simple streamlit interface. There are a lot of moving parts when it comes to AI engineering, and my entire motive in this project was to deliver it to you guys. Okay, so yeah, I hope you enjoyed the video. I hope it added to your knowledge base. You got to learn a lot of things, and from here onwards, I would give the torch to you. You can go ahead and kind of keep on exploring more. Yes, all the best, guys. Thank you so much.